And let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melenda on a special Memorial Day. So, obviously, thank you to all of the veterans who have served, but particularly those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice. We salute you. However, we are here this evening because we had a kind of a surprise drop, which was CROWS from the fine folks over at MCDM. And yeah, we are going with the dramatic lighting. You know, CROWS has sort of a black and red color scheme, so we went with the dramatic lighting. Yeah, so they dropped a super duper early alpha, not even a beta, alpha. So really minimalist. And of course, we saw them do this with Draw Steel as well. And of course, if you remember, whatever that was now, 2 years ago, we went into we went and had as a Knights of the Last Call group, we went and played one of the early Draw Steel releases, and we did the one shots with the tower and the sort of mecha goblin guy at the top. And then we talked about it, and we offered some thoughts and feedbacks about it and all that other stuff. And then, of course, we did Draw Steel Week, where I think I covered, I don't know, 20, 30 hours of Draw Steel. We went through every single class, I think. We did. I think there was 2 or 3 classes we didn't make it through yet, technically. But I think we've done deep dives on almost every single class. Almost every single class. So, obviously, we're I think Flea Mortals is one of the best bestiaries of all time. And so, yeah, I mean, all in all, I mean, I think, MCDM has sort of produced some bangers. And of course, I was a long time patron of Matt Colville. When I lost my job, I did cut back on that, unfortunately. But I was a patron of his, I think, for 3 or 4 years, which is funny because I didn't care at all about most of his, content, like the Arcadia stuff. I never actually downloaded any of that. I liked his message, and truthfully, I've talked about this before. I only agree with about 70% of what Colville talks about. I think 30% of what he talks about is very, counter-purposed to my particular style, which is that I think he can be a little bit heavy-handed with the fudging and sort of being like that very like author-based mindset. However, these stuff that I do agree with him with, I think he's an excellent resource for the community. So I've always appreciated that. And, I'm definitely sort of enjoying James Introcaso and what he does. So anyways, when they announced last year that they were doing this new game, sort of based off of the Draw Steel engine, for lack of a better word, I was kind of interested. Obviously, the last couple of weeks, we've covered a lot of dungeon old school dungeon crawling. I'm a dungeon crawling fan. And of course, I enjoy some of the new school dungeon crawlers. A lot of people think dungeon crawling, they think OSR, they think super minimalist rule set. Whereas, there are a lot of really cool games out there like Torchbearer, for example, which is one of the games I really love. We have a actual play, we call it, on our channel of us playing Torchbearer. It's a very, heavily involved kind of crunchy dungeon crawling game. So I do enjoy that aspect. So needless to say, I'm kind of interested in this game, and they dropped it. So, we're going to take a quick look at it. It's a very, obviously it's a very minimal set of rules. It's going to probably change, over time significantly. But, why don't we just take a look at it and see what we think about it? In particular, before we get into it, my understanding of CROWS is that it is, it's a dungeon game set in sort of a kind of a not a grim dark, but sort of definitely a, not a happy, high fantasy, cheerful rolling place. Your characters are kind of more, I wouldn't even go murder hobo-y, right? In fact, I would argue, the concept of D&D characters being murder hobos, I think, again, came through a lot of misperceptions about the way that people engage with old school D&D. I think it was sort of I think there was an evolution in the way that people played and approached the game, but I do think that video games in particular were a really huge shift for how people approached role-playing games, and particularly the hobbies, particularly like the dungeon-based games, which was that, in my experience with old school D&D, the focus was really on getting treasure and getting out. And fighting was a necessary evil, but it was dangerous and deadly and, in some ways, in some cases, to be avoided. And it turns out that fighting things is fun and, that's fine, that's cool. And, but the game rules really weren't supported for that. But then when video games came out, video games couldn't really do exploration. They couldn't do treasure for XP. The complexity for the game system wasn't there. What they could do is combat. And so the games became all about combat. And it became about killing creatures. And of course, then treasure for XP became an optional rule in D&D second edition, AD&D second edition. And then, of course, it went completely away in third edition. And so then the emphasis of being sort of more there for the treasure went away completely. And it became about killing the monsters. And again, there was some sort of, parallel evolution as well with just the way that people approach the game. But for the most part, my understanding is that the idea of that CROWS is that you are CROWS. You're picking over the dead, right, for shiny baubles. So it's kind of getting back to an emphasis on combat, and the dungeon is dangerous, it's deadly, and you want to be, careful about that, and to be, combat's to be avoided. Now, what I do like, and where, and if you've been watching it all, I've been going through an old forum post on Dragon's Foot of Mailer's BX Misadventures in Dungeons, which is just sort of a modern, it's 15 years old, but it was like a modern GM running a group of modern players, which at that time meant like third edition players, through BX D&D. And one of the things that is, so I think delightful about it is this, and I've talked about this as we've gone through it, is the focus on the party. It is true that your character maybe is not long for this world. However, fast character creation multiplied by this idea that it's not about you as a PC. It's about the team, right? And, you could argue that there's sort of a sport mentality there, right? Like where it's like, yeah, like you want to do well, for your team, but at the end of the day, what matters is, did your team win? And there's kind of that mentality in old school D&D that I think, again, has changed in modern era. And again, I don't want to sound like I'm some old man lying across, because again, I do enjoy characterization, but I think that there's a very selfish theme in a lot of modern day characters, the so-called OC character snowflake, right? Where, you went and, you had art commissioned and you bought new dice to match your color scheme for your character and all this other stuff. So there's a wide range of gamuts of how this hobby can interact with the rules and the mechanics. But one thing that I particularly like this idea of is so I do think that just dying sucks. Okay. Like just dying sucks. But what I always appreciated about old school D&D was that you could die easily, but the way it was designed was set up so that you could get back into the game. And again, this is not just about old school D&D, but also I don't know how long there only might be 10 pages of rules here. But I'm just kind of more setting I'm setting my stage for you so that when we go through this game and we kind of look at what the rules are doing, we can kind of judge it based off of that metric. And it might be a completely different game, but I'm judging it by that metric. So in old school D&D, death could occur very quickly and frequently. But consider a couple of things. Number one, character creation was very quick. Number two, consider that your party typically had, henchmen and retainers and men-at-arms, other characters that you could just step up and play. Number three, consider that the XP system was designed so that you could very quickly catch back up. Of course, nowadays we just start at the same level. And number four, which is, it might seem obvious, but of course, think about the fact that in D&D, there's spells like Raise Dead and Resurrection. That alone should tell you that the game was sort of designed for you to you lost and, you take your lumps and you get back in there. And so it's funny because we get to this modern day game, which is very much not about death, but then when death does occur, now it's a huge pain in the ass. Because the game kind of just assumes that you're not going to die. So one of the things that I really like about it is this idea that the party goes on. But one thing that has really, sort of a lot of games have focused on this. A lot of games have figured out that this is a good process, which is this idea of building up something beyond just your character. So if you look at a game like Blades in the Dark, you have this crew. You're part of a crew. And the crew has a character sheet, right? If we looked at, we've been doing Stonetop. We still have a lot of Stonetop to go through. Stonetop has a literal multi-page character sheet for the village of Stonetop. And so, yes, it's about your character, but in some ways, it's more about the village. We know that, games like Heroic Deeds and Trespassers, right, have, rules for building up a home base or what does Trespasser call it? Haven. Trespasser has their Haven rules. So there's this really cool idea that we can kind of build that up. And so, yeah, your character died, but you've contributed something. You've been added to something, which is really cool. We played a really brutal PF1 campaign called, we called it Demon World, but it was really called Demon Fire. Oh, no, we called it Death World, but the real name of the campaign was Demon World. Demon Fire. We called it Death World. But one of the things that was cool about that game is every time a character died, and a lot died, Smith, our GM, would take your character and he would tape it on the wall behind him in his basement where we played D&D and Pathfinder. So slowly this, massive wall filled in with all these dead character sheets. But every time you made a new character, for each dead character on the wall, your new character was a little bit stronger. And so eventually, by the time, we got towards the end of the campaign, 25 characters or something had died. We were using build points and the custom race creation rules from Pathfinder 1. Those were all bonus points. So basically you started with like insane stats and you had like this crazy broken races that you could make using the character, or the custom race builder. But there was kind of this sense of like, yeah, I died, but like, in my death, I've sort of pushed, the needle forward, which was really cool. So, yeah, I think that's, there's a lot of good DNA that they're putting into this game, and I think that'll be really cool. Hey, thank you for subscribing with Prime, Aeropresser, and thank you, Sean, as well. Fortune or Death. I'm glad you've been enjoying the Stonetop VODs. More to come, of course. And yeah, River Ray, I agree. Any sort of shared asset, whether it's a vehicle, a ship. One of the games that we want to play around with is Shadow Tide, right, which is like a pirate hack of Shadow Dark. And of course, having a ship is a really cool way to sort of it's kind of a neat way to do it. So let's get into CROWS. All right, so this is CROWS. Thank you for your interest in CROWS. By the way, you can download this for free. You don't have to be a member of the Patreon or anything like that here. A post-apocalyptic survival horror fantasy tabletop game. Put on your wizard hat and get rich or die trying in a harsh world of hideous monsters in forgotten rooms. So again, this is an alpha version. So our first, calling it a first look is a little bit misleading because it's not really finished. But we always ask ourselves, is this game about something? And this game is coming swinging out of the bat, swinging out of the dugout, which is, it's post-apocalyptic, it's survival horror, it's a fantasy role-playing game. You're going to get rich, you're going to die trying, harsh world, hideous monsters, forgotten runes. All right. So we've got the game's core rules, a booklet containing character creation and advancement option. Okay, maybe there's more here than I thought. Rules for gear, rules for creating and advancing the PC's village. It contains an adventure, the Blood Library, a flesh-covered ruin containing spell books and other treasures. So we're definitely getting that kind of like, kind of old, that is somewhat popular in kind of grimy kind of type thing here. A booklet containing the statistics for creatures from the library. This game has not been edited. It has not been properly laid out. There is more coming, more equipment, more monsters, more dungeons, more pets, more encounter tables. Yes, very wet, Derek Rawlings. Yes, correct. What's up, GM Scott? 12 months. Love to see it. Thank you, GM Scott. Appreciate you. If you've only ever played heroic fantasy games, which, to be clear, Draw Steel is very much a heroic fantasy game, and also, to be clear, a lot of people have only ever played heroic fantasy games. This is going to feel very different. I love that there's this disclaimer here. That's fantastic. CROWS is a game about gritty dungeon survival. PCs die easily. Obstacles can be overcome without even rolling dice. Don't expect to kick in every door and destroy every enemy in every room of the dungeon. If this game were Resident Evil Requiem, which I have no idea what that means, it's the Graces section, not the Leon section. Okay, this must be like when I describe things using like PBTA terms and no one understands what I'm talking about here. It has a bunch of information about the game's progress, but only some monsters in a single dungeon. So it's mostly about the game, and we're not really probably going to go into the adventure anyways, in case you're going to play it. Fooster, thanks for covering this. Is CROWS an entirely new game, or is it based on Draw Steel? Fooster, we're going to find out together. My understanding, though, Fooster, is that it still uses this concept of the power roll, which is basically PBTA. Let's call it what it is, okay? Right? PBTA basically has 3 tiers of outcomes: Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Sound familiar? Sounds like Draw Steel. What Draw Steel has is that Tier 1 is, you did something, but it was the minimalist effect. Tier 2 is your standard effect, and Tier 3 is in better effect. What I think they've done here is continue to use the PBTA framework, and basically, I think, just shifted it down to the regular PBTA framework, which is that a Tier 1 result, aka the lowest result, is, bad news bears. Tier 2 is, yeah, you succeeded, but probably, with some problems or complications, or maybe you didn't succeed as much as you would like to. And then Tier 3 is, over the top. You succeeded fully. You think it's a video game? It goes without saying that when I see something and I don't know, I didn't know if it says if this game, I assumed it was a video game, but it could have been a movie. I know there's some Resident Evil movies, I think. So, all right. So that's what we got there. So before we go into this, we've got the rules booklet, a character booklet, the monster booklet. We'll take a little look at that. We have the Blood Dungeon booklet, which we probably will skip. We have inventory cards, dungeon loot cards, annotated inventory cards, a cheat sheet, and an inventory sheet. So let's take a look at the cheat sheet, just so that we're, let's just cheat, and we're all seasoned vets here. We've been around, the thing. So, by the way, if you do want to show your support for Draw Steel, feel free to drop a super chat, and if you want to show your support for CROWS, drop a tip. That's my thing. And also, we have Amazon Prime. If you we're on Twitch, and if you don't want to pay me any money, but you still want to give me money, you can do that for free on Twitch. If you have an Amazon Prime account, once a month you get an Amazon Prime sub that you can give to any streamer. I recommend you give it to somebody, because you're paying for it, whether you use it or lose it. Whether you use it or not, you're paying for it. So if you think I deserve it, that'd be cool. Otherwise, give it to somebody else. Speak of the devil, Kato Flex. Thank you for 12 months on that 12-month streak. Appreciate you. But it's a great way to support the channel. I know money's tight, like I was saying. I had to cancel my MCDM Patreon because I lost my job. So, all right. So tests. We're going to be rolling 2d10 plus a characteristic skill. Okay. Bonuses and appliances can apply per the ref. Note they're not called the director here. They're called the ref, which is definitely an old school vibe, right? This idea that you're there more to adjudicate rather than to push an agenda. And I think that actually is kind of cool, although a little confusing. Most people just call it the GM, but right away, that's the thing that jumps out to me, right? Because we're talking about that. If you roll a natural 2 or a natural 3, that is a doom. If you roll an 11 or less on your 2d10 plus bonus score, it'll be failure, bad, or the least good outcome that you could get. If you get a 12 through 16, you get partial progress or mixed result. And if you get a 17 or higher, you get a good result. So this is quite literally the 5 degrees of success that we've seen in Land of Eam. It's what I used in DTX. It's sort of an evolution of the PBTA game. What it did introduce is the idea of a critical fumble into that metric. So this is quite literally, for those of you who are like, oh, this is revolutionary. One thing, I mean, look, I can be critical. People could be critical of me. I mean, that's fine. Like I saw, I think it was Cinnabos saying, like, I agree with less than like half of what I say or whatever. That's fine. One of the things that can a little bit annoy me sometimes about MCDM is like in their videos, And I get it. Like, I'm much more, I want to educate people about like the history of stuff and how things connect, right? I don't want to just tell you. I want to tell you why something is or where something came from. But sometimes with MCDM, they'll talk about mechanics like it's this revolution that has never been done before in games. And they are the ones that are bringing, they don't like claim to like create it, but like they make it seem like this is like this revolutionary thing that has never been seen before. Quinn from Quinn's Quest does that a little bit too. And I think it's because, their audience primarily knows that nothing else exists outside of 5e D&D. So I get why they do it, but for people like me, it can be a little annoying. Did they choose 2d10 just to be a little different than PBTA? My thought to that, actually, Cynical Dragon, is no. The reason that they chose 2d10 over 2d6 is because it means that the value of a +1, okay, because you can't give plus half, right? You can't give a plus half. And so in PBTA, the smallest bonus you can give is a +1. And it turns out, when you're rolling 2d6, +1 is a pretty big bonus. +2 is kind of an insane bonus. And +3, arguably, is game-breaking. And so 2d10 allows you to make the value of a +1 much, much less impactful than it is in, say, 2d6, right? And so, you get a little bit more room to sort of grow the stats, And as you can see, my very well-educated and extremely bright audience exactly busts that down. There you go. Thaddeus, Derek Rawlings, Heliospace, Babasti, Cynical Dragons, Leland. Everybody basically said the exact same thing. So you know what? Cheers to you all. You know what?
I am strong.
That's for you all.
Strong.
Solo. Thank you, Solomani. Appreciate it. Thank you for the 2 months. Wes says, the D&D. So Wes is referring to this thing that Foundry released, where they released basically the breakdown of what are the most systems that are being played, what are the most systems that are being installed, right? Those are kind of two different things in some ways, but I think they released both. And Lancer, which was surprising already, that was in 3rd place. But Lancer, it kind of makes sense because like if you really want to play Lancer, you kind of have to play it on Foundry. But Lancer was the 3rd most popular game, and it was less than 2%. So right, like D&D and Pathfinder are just absolutely massive. I think like if you add in 3rd through 50th place, it might add up to like 10 or 15%. So D&D and Pathfinder together account for 85% of the whole thing. Good luck. I, for one, am looking forward to Strategy from Knights of Last Call. Well, not from Knights of Last Call, like our channel, but he's a longtime member of our Patreon. Finishing up his beacon conversion for Pirate Gonzalez games. So Helios basically has got the numbers for us: 52% D&D, 18% PF2E, 2% for Lancer, and down from there. So yeah, okay. So I was off. So I said 80%. It's 70%. So PF2 and D&D is 70%. Anyways, okay. So our base core mechanic is essentially 2d10. It's a 2d10. Like for example, if we go to Land of Eam, do I have it on here? Eam. Yeah. So like if we go to like Land of Eam. Which is such a cool game. So like in Land of Eam, when you make a roll, you'll note that you're rolling a d12 instead of 2 dice, so you don't get the bell curve. But it is kind of a bell curve, right? It's a virtual bell curve because you notice that this is a 3-number spread, this is a 3-number spread, this is a 3-number spread, this is a 1-number spread, and this is a 2-number spread. So you actually end up with kind of a sort of weird distribution, right? It's not like it's completely even like you would get with, let's say, ±5 or ±10 on a d20 like you do with PF2. and it just varies, right? The window. Anyways, point is, you can see here, complete failure, failure with a plus, success with a twist, success, complete success. And that is quite literally exactly what we have right here. So anyways, I get why they wanted like there to be two numbers for crits and dooms, because otherwise it just happens, 1 in 100 times. But yeah, it's like, anyways, all right. Damage. It reduces our stamina. It reduces our AD first if we're wearing armor. So that must be our like armor defense. So it sounds like armor absorbs damage. If our stamina gets to 0, we start taking wounds. Generally speaking, I like these kind of systems. Especially because it makes it feel like, stamina is more of a shield, like a Halo shield. When I say shield, I mean like the old school Halo shield. And it makes more sense that stamina might be something that comes back quickly, whereas wounds are something that comes back very slowly. So we've got kind of a Mouse Ritter. Does Into the Odd do this? I don't remember. I know Mouse Ritter does this, where like your wounds fill your backpack slots. And if your backpack slots are completely full of wounds, you're dead. I know so that's definitely a mechanic that is from Karn. Thank you. Yeah. Knave, Karn, they're all, honestly, there's so many games now and they all have like one name, and I'm exactly like All Mice Die. Knave, Karn, I always forget which one is which, and I'm right there with you. I forget which one is which, and does one of them inspire the other one, and I can never remember. Anyways, point is, not new tech, cool tech. It's an interesting tech, right? And it also ties your character's sort of hit points to your backpacks, right? So there's this idea that like if you want to carry more gear, you're at more risk of potentially dying, or that as you take on wounds, you'll have to drop your preciously acquired treasures or make some really tough choices. There are some mice game out there. To be fair, no one really knows Mouse Guard. I think most people know Mouse Ritter. So we have Dungeon Turn, which again, if you've been following along with our read through of the old BX D&D, that Dungeon Turn was a well established procedural element of the original D&D. It was a 10-minute. Note that we get this kind of this Shadow Darkian real-time torches vibe. I'll be honest with you, I don't necessarily love that, but it remains to be seen. We'll see how that works out. Exactly, GM Scott. GM Scott bringing up how in the One Ring, your character, if you take enough damage, your character could become weary, because if your damage builds up too high and it goes underneath your character's load, which is how much stuff you're carrying, but you might be forced to drop your helmet and lower your shield to the ground because you don't want to be weary from your wounds. Very good point. Wes, who's going to be playing in our One Ring game, says, I look forward to dropping my helmet. Yeah, I'm not in love with real-time Dungeon Turns, if I could be honest with you. I just think it's kind of gimmicky. I just don't know what it does. So nice, Thaddeus. Yes, that sounds awesome. Temple of Elemental Evil is a classic. It's not the best dungeon in the world, but it is a classic, and that's pretty cool. So Zipperfist says every X number of turns per player would have been better. That's kind of what Torchbearer does, right? Torchbearer says, every X turns, something bad happens. Yeah, I'm sure you could, Logan. But again, we're just reading the rules revision here. Correct. Yes. So GM Scott is referring to when I ran Shadow Dark at Origins a couple years ago. It had that real-time torches rule, but I didn't think it was extreme enough or awesome enough. So I literally changed the rules to a very harsh and insane variant. It is artificial tension, right? I think the idea here is that a problem that people have is this idea that they're just sitting around wasting time, right? And it's a way to make the party feel you know, under the gun, and feel like they're pressured. And again, I understand it to a certain extent. For example, as I was describing earlier yesterday, when I play BXD&D, okay, which is, you know, old school D&D, I have this list. I have every one of my players has these cards, and in BXD&D you have to declare what you're doing before everyone rolls initiative. Okay, and so, you know, it can easily lead to a lot of analysis paralysis while people kind of go like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? And it really breaks up the flow of what's supposed to be this really insane, tense combat. And so a lot of times at the start of a round in BXD&D, I will take an egg timer. By default, I will use 1 minute, and I will slam it down onto the table. And that's how long you have as a party to kind of discuss what you were doing this round before declaring what you're doing and putting your card down in front of you. And if the timer runs out and you don't have a card down in front of you, you basically skip your turn. And then if things get really tense or things get really insane, I might replace the 1 minute timer with a 30-second timer or even a 20-second timer. But that's during a combat. And, you know, there's already such an extrapolation of time there. Where the dungeon turn gets weird for me with the real time thing is it's like, well, time is passing at an artificial rate all the time in a dungeon turn. So, like, how does that interact with, like, the passing of real time? So what I mean is, let's say, again, we're going off on an entire rant here on just dungeon turn, but like, let's say it's been 29 minutes. Like, it says each is 30 minutes or real time. So like, does that mean I have to combine game time with real time? You know, like what, or are they two separate clocks? And so like, if the real clock is at 29 minutes and the in-game clock, and somebody says, oh, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. And I said, oh, you think it's just supposed to be 30 minutes of real time? Oh, okay. Interesting. Probably a typo. Okay. Well, we'll get into it. Roll dungeon time usage dice at the end. We like usage dice. Those are cool. Encounter check at the end. Okay, cool. So, I mean, this is obviously some sort of idea that like torches or something are going down as time goes on. I like that. Okay. Anyways, in this case, if it's 30 minutes of real time, I am going to officially dislike that. Anyways, resting. 6 hours long, must be forespent. Encounter check every 2 hours. You have to eat and ration and have a bedroll. You regain all your stamina. You remove a single wound, and you get one rest activity. Cool. John, thank you, John, for the support. Says, I successfully used a real-world timer in a 4th edition iteration of Princes of the Apocalypse. Well, there's a lot of stuff going on there. It's like a 4th edition hack of a 5th edition game with also some other rules. Started the session with, in 1 hour, something will happen. No further details. It was a mad scramble after. Again, I get why the tool exists. I just think that there's other tension-based elements in a dungeon-based exploration that I'm not worried about. And also, too, like, I don't necessarily, again, maybe it's a problem that I don't have, which is that a lot of people, a lot of GMs, maybe this is trying to solve a problem that I don't understand, which is players just dawdling and not doing anything. And, you know, or maybe wasting time. That has never been a problem for me. And I don't mean wasting time like in-game, like, hey, we're going to search this room. Well, if the characters are searching the room, that might take 10 or 20 minutes of in-game time, which means that torches are used up and random encounters are generated. So that has a natural consequence. I just mean sitting around technically while time is paused in the game and they're just, you know, unable to move forward. So if that is a problem for most people, apparently it is, then I guess I understand this rule. It just doesn't do anything for me. Right. So when we played Shadow Dark, we had 15-minute timers. But it was that at the if the hourglass ran out of sand, and and I noticed it before anyone in the party noticed it, it immediately triggered a random encounter. If a player noticed before the time ran out, well, I should say at any time, a player could say, I light a new torch, which would cause me to, which they would have to erase a torch from their character sheet, and it would cause me to flip the hourglass over. But again, if the hourglass was ever empty and I noticed it, it immediately triggered a random encounter. But you could spend a torch from your character sheet, and it was a 15-minute hourglass, and you could spend a torch from your character sheet at any time to flip the hourglass over. So if the hourglass was empty and I didn't notice it and you didn't notice it, it could sit there empty for 20 minutes and nothing happens. And then a player might suddenly go, I light a torch. And I would look and I would see that the hourglass is empty. And who knows how long the hourglass has been empty, but I'd be like, damn it, you got me. And I would flip the hourglass, back over. So you get the full 15 minutes. Now you could just light a torch, but the problem is if you light a torch when the hourglass is only half full, well, then you're only going to get 8 minutes out of that torch. So it behooves you to try to wait until the very last couple of seconds of the hourglass so you get the most value out of your torch. But that means you have to pay attention. And I'm yelling and screaming and, and doing all sorts of crazy stuff to keep the game moving. So it's a little bit harder. Anyways. So usage dice. They always use D6s. If a 1 or 2, it goes away. If all the usage dice are gone, the item and effect stops. So it sounds like it is not a resource dice. It sounds like this is a... Anybody? What game? Come on. RIP to this game. It had such promise. Makes sense to steal from it because it's never actually going to get made officially. No, not a dice pool. Oe. Very good, Oe. There we go. We got it. Grimwild. GM Scott and Oe. You guys get gold stars. This is what we would call a diminishing pool from Grimwild. So the idea is that like you might have your item might have like 5 dice, and then whenever the time comes up, you roll all 5 dice. So what this does is it means that you will get to see the sort of pool shrink over time, but it means that you're never quite sure just how long it's going to take to diminish. Because you could theoretically roll all 5 dice and they could all come up 1s and 2s and the effect could be over immediately, right? And so this was the idea behind the diminishing pool from Grimwild, which was and is an awesome game and has one of my favorite spellcasting systems / wizard spell system of all time. And I need to use it. It is not gobble dice. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a variation of that River Ray, but I'm saying like, I don't know that I had really seen the diminishing dice pool concept as a clock or as a tension counting mechanism until I'd seen Grimwild. I'm not saying that Grimwild, maybe they took it from somewhere else. I don't know every single game in the universe, but anyways, it seemed novel to me. Counter. If you are missed with a melee attack, you can counterattack. A counter is a 12 to 16 result of the melee weapon in hand. All right, so I love this, if I'm reading this correct, which is I love sort of quote-unquote attacks of opportunity. I hate that they involve dice rolls. I want attacks of opportunity to be super, super duper, super fast, which is why I've always kind of gotten to the idea like I want attack. If it was up to me, attack rolls would be automatic, right? Or I'm sorry, attacks of opportunity would be automatic because that way I don't want to eat up valuable game time. So neat. That's correct, Vintage Zebra. And even he would tell you that he didn't really develop that tension pool, actually. And I've talked about this before. I don't know where that game is. Oh, here it is. Nope, that's not it. He stole it, or not stole it, but he was inspired by the Marvel Heroic game. Not the new one, but the really old one that was made by like Cam Banks. The people who did Cortex, and it's the same basic idea. It was a tension. It was called the Doom Pool. Is Gobble Dice from Grimwild? No, Gobble Dice is from Rain or the One Roll Engine, but it's from Rain is what we looked at it, which was cool. We ended up kind of liking it. All right, we got some light rules. We've got inventory. You've got 10 backpack slots, 2 hand slots, 2 belt slots. Kind of feels Torchbearer-esque. You can stack certain items. Armor takes up backpack slots if you are wearing them. Belt items can be drawn as a maneuver. Backpack items drawn as a maneuver. Roll 1d10. If it meets or beats the slot, you can draw it. If lower, nothing drawing, but you can rearrange. That's cool. For those people who played my Torchbearer campaign, they will know that I had rules for items that were at the top of your pack and the items that were at the bottom of your pack. Which was that items at the bottom of your pack were safer, but harder to get. And items at the top of your pack were potentially more at risk, but easier to get. So similar concept here. So, you know, where stuff is in your backpack becomes a strategic decision. We've got 1 action, 1 maneuver, and 1 reaction per combat turn, I guess. A maneuver could be to move. It could be to knock back. It could be to grab. It could be to escape a grab. It could be to shift a square. So it sounds like we're still getting a fairly grid-based movement, because if we're talking about shifting, draw, pick up an item, and standing up. Triggered action, opportunity attack counter. Crit on attack, you get to take an extra action. Flanking, +1 on melee attack rolls. We got some rules for grabbing and escaping grabbing, and I don't really care here. But you can see here, by the way, like the difference between this and draw steel. So when you knock back, you can miss, which is you don't push them at all, and the target can instead counterattack you and hit you back. We got some conditions here. Grabbed, prone, boned. That's stupid. Don't call it that. Just call it bane. Call it boons and banes, or call it blessings and banes. Don't call it boned. That's stupid. Come on. We're totally boned. Exactly. That's just stupid. I'm sorry. That's just dumb. I mean, outside of like, you know, the toilet humor of middle grades, of middle school age children that we all are, you know, I think it used to be fucked. Yeah. I mean, sometimes I don't, you know, sometimes I don't appreciate when people are trying to be too clever. Anyways. If you get doom when you're casting a spell, you get backlash. If you get a doom on a melee, I'm not really sure what this means, but okay. If you shoot in a melee with a weapon, you might hit an ally instead, making it, you know, more difficult there. Critical hits give you an extra action. Armor. If you wear armor, it gives you AD. When you take damage, it comes from your AD first. If AD hits 0, your armor becomes broken. Kind of armor absorbing. Armor can be restored by repairing armor as a rest activity. Kind of sounds like a little bit like Daggerheart, right? Where you kind of use up armor as a resource. And then there's a chaos count. When a PC gets 11 or lower that isn't Doom when casting a spell, the ref adds 1d6 plus the spell's rank to the chaos count. When the ref has 13 chaos, the triggering spell has a backlash. All right, so those are the basic rules. That's the basic cheat sheet. So far, I mean, I think I like most of this. I see. If you get a doom on a melee, the counterattack is basically like a crit. Got it. Okay, got it. Thank you, Mr. Kiko. Thank you, Mark Lore. Brings back lingo from the early 80s, which is ironic because Matt always says, I lived through the 80s. I don't need to masturbate to them. What's up, Agile Monk? Good to see you. I saw you this time. Good to see you, my friend. All right, so this is the rules. We got 29 pages to go through, compared to 1,200 rules of pages that we're going to go through for Stone Top. This is you know. Crow is unfair, doesn't care about your level. Charge a behemoth without a good plan, you're probably going to end up as gore. The game's math isn't balanced to ensure that players win most of the time. We've talked about this at length, or just in the last couple of weeks. I mean, we've been talking about this for years, but I think it's really important to note that, modern games, Mark Seifter has said that, Pathfinder 2nd Edition, you probably have a 99% or greater chance of winning, your encounter. So, yes, you get to make characters and you get to roll dice, but 99% of the time you're going to win anyways, so say that. But that unfairness cuts both ways, right? Come up with a clever plan to defeat the behemoth, like dropping a cave on its head, and you can win the day without fighting, right? So this is what we call combat as war, right? And whereas a balanced game is called combat as sport, which is really funny that we call it that, because most sports would be really shitty if the sport was rigged so that the home team won 99.9% of the time. So we really need a new phrase for that. I don't know what that would be. So anyways, combat as war. Heliospace says, I've killed one character in Draw Steel so far in 30 sessions, and it was because they done fucked up. Fair. Combat as activity. Now that I like. Combat as Globetrotters. But anyway, so anyways, your life will be easier and you'll still get the gold and the XP if you can just sneak by that behemoth with your pockets full of gold. Well, Cynical Dragon, I mean, if the variance is overly high, then the value of that goes down considerably. So I would argue that the variance is extremely low. Which is not to say that the variance doesn't exist, Cynical Dragon, which is how you still can end up with people who do die in, say, a PF2 game or even a TPK. But I would argue, my argument sometimes is that variance occurred meant that it's kind of also frustrating because it means that regardless of what you did, you were going to lose that fight anyways because you just rolled so badly and the GM rolled so well. Now, Dr. Waite says something which I actually agree with. And this is actually something, we haven't seen Tundalus for a while. He likes to come and go. Tundalus, who made Trespasser, which is a great game. Tundalus is sort of created like a 4E. So, there's elements of this game that are going to feel very similar in some, it kind of occupies a lot of the same space in some ways, to me, my mind, as Trespasser. Trespasser is trying to be sort of an old school dungeon exploration game, but with like a 4E combat mentality. And Trespasser and Tundalus say all the time, the game's designer Tundalus, say that like the whole OSR has that philosophy of like combat is a fail state. And he says, he rejects that notion because he says combat is fun and people do want to fight monsters. And I'm going to only say that I think Dr. Waits and Tundalus are right in that at a certain point you start to kind of, itch. You're like, I want to fight monsters, Now I have a whole separate thought process on this, but yeah. But regardless, I do think there's something to be said about that. You can only just like auto win the fight so many times before you start to kind of feel like, what are we even doing here? But anyways, all right. We create characters who are diving into horror-infested ruins for gold, gems, and other treasures. I cannot stress enough how much better I think how much better role-playing games work when this kind of role-playing game, when you're just trying to get treasure. I think it just works so much. While they may occasionally perform heroic, selfish acts, they aren't heroes. Whether it's greed or thrill-seeking or a way of making a living, that's why they're going to dungeon. It's a risky job. Coming out a little richer takes more luck than you had going in. The rules of CROWS are inspired by some incredible games that are worth checking out. Check out Apocalypse World, The Black Hack, Cairn, Knave, Mouse Ritter, Shadow Dark, and Troika. So we successfully said all of these games except for Troika. We did not mention Troika. So the game takes place in Kornath, which, whatever, we'll skip. Some sort of microfiction. A lot of microfiction. Okay. The player's guide has rules for making crows. The crows work together. We do like all those games. It is true, we do. The crows are all from the same village, and the spoils that they bring back allow them to turn their small town into bustling fortress. So this is Stonetop, the greedy dungeon delving post-apocalyptic horror version, right? So instead of being like, we have managed to secure an alliance and we will have enough wheat before the winter turns to be able to feed, and like, no, it's like, no, we wrested the ruby gemmed eyes of the demonic idol of the black spider god, and we wrested it from the hands of the undead crypt horror that guarded the gates of hell. And because of that, we are going to upgrade and build a gatehouse and a moat house and a magical smithy. GM Scott says, the better version. Stonetop with black makeup. Yes, it's the emo version of Stonetop. Sounds so much more interesting. I mean, look, we like dungeons. One player is the ref. They don't play a crow. They control all the NPCs. The ref also serves as the adjudicator of the game. They aren't adversarial, though they do control the crow's adversaries. There we go. Wet Stonetop. Stonetop, slippery when wet. Refs are impartial judges, hence the name. We got setting the scene. We got all this other stuff. Playing the game. Death is on the table. You might die. The odds are against you. Don't get too attached to your PC. If you die, that's just part of the fun of the game. You have a good story to tell, but that's what RPGs are all about. Caution is a crow's friend. Inaction is the enemy. Standing still or checking every inch of dungeon wastes time and resources. Go slow, and you will face a wandering monster as your torch burns out. So again, they seem to be talking more about the players rather than the player characters. The whole, have a good idea, don't just spam skills off your character sheet. What about for the GM? Combat is war. Let logic and creativity win. Hey, that was a good idea. In Torchbearer, they literally have a rule called the good idea. Capital G, capital I. The good idea rule. Not every action needs a test. Kind of similar to the first point, but reiterating it. Again, probably mostly for people who are used to 5e. Hint at danger. Uh-oh. We talk about this a lot, but what we're really talking about here is shadows, right? From Sparks and Shadows from Trespasser. If the player, and we talk about this all the time, right? If you fill a dungeon, and this is a commentary, a critique against the old school. I've talked a lot about this in my dungeon design streams, where even if you go back several years, you will see me saying that if you just put a bunch of random traps into your dungeon, you are just asking for trouble. Telegraph the trap, right? The best trap is the one the players never even, if you're trying to guard something, the best trap is the one that's very obvious so the players don't go that way and, completely don't even try to get into your crypt. The game moves faster if you telegraph danger ahead. Put a headless corpse in the room indicating a corridor trapped. Rotting stench. Give the players information about the monsters, the dungeon, the traps. Let them be able to interact with the game and not just rely on spamming perception checks in order to be able to even play. That's why players spam perception checks so much in games like 5e and stuff. It's because they want information. They want to be able to play. They want to be able to interact. But you are restricting it to them through the medium of the game's mechanics, and that's why they get so frustrated. Play the dice where they fall. If it's fun, then it's right. As long as you and your players we wrote all these rules, but change them and ruin the game if you want. Classic, stuff. We got 2 D10s, and we also use some D6s. The game has some exceptions. We don't really care about this too much here. Creatures, objects. Everything has 3 characteristics: agility, mind, and strength. I like 3 stats. The One Ring uses 3 stats. Does Mythic Bastionland use 3 stats? To be clear, Mark Lore, let me be very clear about something. I am okay with people being deliberate about changing the game. That being said, I respect it when a game says, look, this is an intricate system and, you know, proceed at your own risk if you're going to change anything, you know? Anyways, I like 3 stats. It's between -5 and 5. There is no interaction characteristics. You may have played some games where there have been rules that govern and statistics for social interaction between player characters and NPCs. Social interaction is not a focus of this game. Many of the CROWS foes cannot or do not want to be reasoned with. We didn't want to create a lot of social interaction skills and traits that people would take for their characters and then not end up using. When there is a scene of social interaction, the scene can be played out with the adventurers and NPCs talking normally. The ref decides if any persuading, bribes, lies, threats, blackmail, quid pro quo, or any other techniques of influence and manipulation will work on the NPC or not based off of their personality. And if the ref really wants to roll dice, they can call for a simple mind test. Believe it or not, I love this sidebar, right? I always say, right, that, you know, what gets measured gets managed, but I also say that what matters gets mechanics. If something doesn't matter in your game, don't give it mechanics. And this is what I call the anti-fruitful void, right? It's like the inverse fruitful void, right? The fruitful void says, hey, no. I don't think this is the Brennan sidebar. Actually, not at all. Because I think Brennan would tell you that social interaction is an important part of his game, right? Brennan, Lee Mulligan, is taking the sort of fruitful void approach, right? He's taking the mothership approach, where he's, yes, Master Keiko, I love it. I'm stealing that term. I will try to remember to give you credit for it in all future references. The barren void, okay? The fruitful void is the idea of, hey, this thing is really important to our game. We aren't going to have rules for it deliberately. Okay. Now, Mothership does this deliberately, right? So Mothership doesn't have rules for stealth deliberately, and stealth is an incredibly important part of, you know, sci-fi, you know, alien monstrosity horror. They're doing that purposefully because they want to focus on it, right? And in Brennan's case, he's playing a game that does have rules for social interaction. He's choosing to ignore them because he thinks that is an important part, but he doesn't want them, okay? But this game is actually saying the opposite. They're saying, we didn't put rules in it because that shit doesn't matter. It's kind of almost FBT, and it doesn't kind of even matter. And if it does come up, whatever, just decide it, you know? Because it doesn't matter. It's not a focus of this game, and it's not an important part of either the mechanics or the deliberate attempt to not include the mechanics. So this is very different from a fruitful void. This is, as Mr. Keiko, I'll remember that because, well, maybe not the Mr. part, because Keiko O'Brien from Star Trek. Barren void. This was a part of the game rules that they deliberately left empty because they're basically telling you this doesn't matter. If you're playing this game and you're doing a lot of social interaction with NPCs, you're doing it wrong. Okay, Cinnabos, do not confuse frequency, right, with importance. Don't confuse frequency with importance. A backlash, I'm going to assume, could be very catastrophic and have significant impacts. And it's going to sort of drive and sort of focus a lot of the mechanics of the game, even when the backlash isn't occurring, because you're theoretically building up to a backlash because of this chaos factor. But also, just because something doesn't come up all the time, like there's some people who think that games shouldn't have mechanics if something's very infrequent. And I don't know that I agree with that. If something's important, I think it should get rules, you know? Right. So Megas says, to me, lots of fruitful void is the lazy void. Okay, let's be very clear about this. I think deliberate fruitful void the way that Mothership did it is a choice. I don't want to say it's lazy, but it's definitely a design decision. Where I think Fruitful Void is lazy void is where you just see badly designed games that don't cover anything, and then you get a bunch of talking head YouTubers talking about how that game is so cool because they didn't put any rules in it. Okay, that's not the Fruitful Void. Okay, the Fruitful Void is a very deliberate choice to really focus on a key core element of the game in a very different way of mechanicizing it, rather than using dice and player character options to strictly rely on the interaction between the GM and the player through what PBTA would call the conversation. I will never play this game. Nice, Arian. Anyways. So we got test rules. Whenever they perform a risky task that has a chance of failure, reasonable chance of failure, you may call for a test. If there's no chance of failure, they shouldn't make a test. If there's no chance of success, you shouldn't make a test. If it's the kind of test that would definitely result in a PC's death, you should always confirm with the players that they're sure they want to try that before it would spell their demise. Appreciate that. Tell them the stakes and ask. The ref should make it clear the task will 100% result in bad shit happening to them. Clever actions taken to overcome obstacles don't require a test. They just work. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Making a test, you roll 2d10 and add one of their characteristics that the ref deems appropriate to the test. If they're trying to sneak by a monster, maybe they use agility. If they're trying to determine the nature of a magical glyph, they might use mind. If you're trying to bend bars or lift gates, you might use strength. You have skills. You can add one and only one of a character's skill. They're all +1, and they can go up to +2 as part of your character's advancement. There are general skills, spell casting skills, and weapon skills. General skills apply to exploration, crafting, and investigation. Spell casting is used in spell casting, and weapons are used in weapons. Okay, we have kind of a lengthy skill list here. So I will say, what game did we just look at? We looked at ARCS. ARCS Tactics Analog had weapon skills as a skill in a 4E/3E D&D framework. I thought that was really cool. I like weapon skills. I prefer weapon skills, I think, to base attack bonus. A lot. Yeah. I'm not quite sure I understand the difference between chopping and slashing. Stabbing I get, piercing. Bashing I get, bludgeoning. Slashing I get, slashing. Chopping seems a bit much. I'm guessing swords and axes. Yeah, Mark Lore. Anyways. Now, I like the back and forth of this. This is what I will call like a meta table or like a meta skill. I like building up a skill, right? This is how Legend of the Five Rings works. When a ref calls for a test, the ref decides what characteristic to use. But then it's up to the player to decide if they have a skill that they believe should apply. In other words, the GM never asks for a pick lock check. The GM never asks for a jump check. The GM never asks for a gymnastics test or an enchanting test or a blacksmithing test. Okay? The GM only asks for an agility, strength, and mind. And by the way, we just read that 5 seconds ago, and I already know it. Okay? It helps that it's called AMS, and AMS is the automatic material system for bamboo printing, 3D printers. So that just stuck in my head. But agility, mind, and strength. And so as a GM, I only have to decide one of those three things. Is it agility? Is it mind? Is it strength? You described for me how you're doing something. And then based on how you described it to me, I'm going to call for one of those 3 tests. It's up to you as a player to say, hey, blah, 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 blah. This is why I'm going to use my jump. Now, granted, and that might start a conversation between the player back and forth, right? About, like, the GM might say, you're like, well, and that's why I'm using, my blacksmithing skill. And I'm like, how is that helping you, I don't know, do it, how is that helping you calm, down the horse? But then maybe the player makes some awesome bullshit explanation. Now, Torchbearer has this rule called don't be a weasel. So again, and they did this, this is kind of their system from Draw Steel. And I thought it was really good, Absolutely. No, that's what I'm saying. Torchbearer has this rule called don't be a weasel, right? Where somebody just tries to use their skill for everything. But I actually think it's kind of cool when players come up with a really neat way. Like, as a blacksmith, I'm opening the door, but I'm going to make sure I notice which of the hinges is weak. And I'm going to make sure I apply my leverage on that hinge. And exactly, that's why I picked calming a horse or dealing with a horse. You're like, well, I'm a blacksmith. I grew up around horses. I know a lot about horses and horseshoes. And yeah, I know how to calm a horse. I think that's awesome. I think that's amazing. Right? And you're like, because instead of the GM calling for a handle animal check, you call for, whatever. And again, it depends on how the player is approaching the animal. Right? And maybe a blacksmith, right, ends up using strength, right? Because it's not so much about, like, I'm not saying that you're like beating the horse to death, right? But there's kind of like a, look, I know how to, I'm a strong, burly guy. I know how to, like, hold the horse in a way where it's kind of like in the crush and it's not going to really, like, try to kick or leave out. I think that's fun. I think having that back and forth conversation is fun. I think that, to me, is character building, Yeah. A firm hand. And see, like, already that excites me. That skill interaction, that to me is a form of collaborative world building in a weird way. Anyways, and what I like about this is that it's not a huge bonus, right? If your skill was plus 22, then you're going to be angling to use that skill on every single dice roll. But it's only plus 1, and maybe you can advance it to plus 2, whereas your stats go from -5 to +5. So the majority of the bonus is still in the hands of the GM, right? The GM is still making the lion's share of the bonus, But I like that. Correct. Keiko, you're on fire today. Keiko, I should say. You're on fire. So Keiko says, different people are good at the same things for different reasons. And often in a D20 style fantasy game, that's just not possible. And I'm 1,000% in agreement. In agreement with you, right? And so you might end up having, I see. That's a good question. So GM Scott says, like the backgrounds from Daggerheart or 13th Age or others, that's why I don't understand the 22 skills. Why not just make up 3 backgrounds? And I'm going to answer the reason, GM Scott, and I'll tell you why. Okay. And because GM Scott, so what GM Scott, not everyone has read every single games like we all have, like Scott and everybody else here, but a lot of you maybe haven't read every single game. And so in Daggerheart or in 13th Age, you just write down, a description of, like, what you did. Like, oh, I was the town's blacksmith. That's your experience. That's your, in 13th Age, it's called a background, and Daggerheart, it's called an experience. I actually like the term experience better from Daggerheart, because you can gain them later on. But anyways, why? It's not any of this. It's not because that's not the game. GM Scott, I'm going to tell you why. It's because people, I've noticed, struggle bust the fuck out of that. They struggle bust the fucking shit out of that. Or this game is trying to put you a little bit on rails, and it's saying, don't pick some obscure background that is never going to come up. Like, it's the way, like, Daggerheart goes, pick whatever you want.
But make sure you pick something that you can definitely spam in combat, because you're going to be in combat a lot, and you're definitely going to want to have a skill that you can use for combat.
Like, so it's I get it, is what it comes down to. Like, for me and my group of people who are really flexible and awesome and at coming up with stuff on the fly, like, we love that freedom. But I think for a lot of characters or a lot of players and a lot of groups, having a list, number one, makes it a lot easier. Number two, it kind of makes sure that you're not going to write something down that never, ever, ever comes up ever in the course of the game. You know, we are indeed sickos. Kind of like Daggerheart experience, only good. It costs a hope. I hate it so much. So I'm curious why you hate that it costs a hope. I love that. I love that it costs a hope. Especially because hope is such a, you know, transient resource. It just, you know, floods in. For me is exactly correct. So like, for example, in the One Ring, you can spend a hope. You can spend a hope to use one of your distinctive features to give you a +1 bonus to a dice. If you want to aid one of your allies, you have to spend a hope. And I think that's really cool because otherwise you're going to be weaseling to use your feature for every single roll, or someone's going to aid you every single time you do anything. It's my understanding that in 5th edition, as long as you're not in combat, right? Because obviously in combat, it does have a cost. It takes an action. There's no reason why in 5th edition you wouldn't just help somebody on every single roll, right? And help gives advantage, right? So there's no reason why you wouldn't just help on every single roll in 5th. At least when we played 5th edition, there seemed to be no reason why we wouldn't just help on every single roll. There was really no cost and there was no whatever, you know? So, right, Jake, it's always true. It's just a question of whether or not it gives a bonus. The mistake is thinking that it is some sort of simulation, right? It is not a simulation. It's really more of like, does it come up at this point in the narrative that this is an issue? Right. Help. Oh yeah. Help and guidance. Yeah. Over and over and over again. Anyways. Yeah. All right. You can, all right. I'm not a 5e expert, so thank you for correcting me here. Correct. You can spam help for free forever. I think in 2024 they change it. So both people have to have at least the same skill, but I might be making that up. Yeah. Helpless guidance, which is the cantrip that adds, what is it? A D4 or something, right? Right. Like I remember us very quickly being like, how do you ever fail a skill? Like we're like, why wouldn't we just do this for every single roll? Like, I get it. Like there might be times where like time is a pressure and somebody can't get over to you in time. Like I get that. But like most of the time you're going to be able to help and guide and cast guidance. So it seemed like it was kind of a no brainer to us anyways. Sorry. Distracted by a million things. Test results. If you get 11 or, if you get an 11 or lower, it's a tier 1 result. I mean, I think guidance is fine. I think cantrips are the problem, right? So, if the result of the test is, we're keep getting distracted. Yes. So, when for example, in Magpie's games, if you want to help somebody, it costs a stress. In the One Ring, if you want to help an ally, it costs a point of hope. And that's cool because that's part of the game now. It's not just an automatic decision, you know? It costs stress and Lancer too. And I think it's, yes. And you're like, wait a second. So you're saying if I run out of some resource, now I just can't help people? And I'm like, yeah, it's a game. I don't know how to tell you this. It's not real life. It's a game. It's a game. But again, everybody, you know, has to have, some people don't like it because they say, wow, well, this is stupid. What do you mean? I forgot everything I know about blacksmithing because I ran out of hope. And it's like, no, it just doesn't affect the game in the same way anymore. But again, they want a reflection of reality and blah, 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 blah. Anyways, when I get stressed out, I don't want to help people in real life. See, Boothby is making it realistic. See, like Mark Lore says the same thing. So I was trying to vary it. Well, okay, we're getting way off topic. I was going to talk about Wilder Feast suddenly, but anyways, all right. Now, this is the same thing we have in Draw Steel, which is great. But remember, in Draw Steel, even when you get a tier 1 result, it's still kind of kicking ass. Here, a tier 1 result means you didn't do what you set out to do. And at the ref's discretion, you might suffer a setback. So an 11 or lower is a tier 1 result. And a tier 1 result is either you fail or you fail and there's some sort of additional cost or penalty. Okay. So failing to recall lore may result in no consequences, while failing to jump over a pit of acid means you're going for a sizzling swim. Note that this means that this game is fine with the null result. And that's okay. And I've talked about this before, is that the null result in D&D used to be okay because by definition, getting a null result meant you didn't make any progress, but the time kept ticking, right? And time itself was a cost. Time meant torches burned down. Time meant spells durations ticked down. Time meant more chance for a random encounter. So just failing itself was a bad consequence. It's kind of like missing in most D&D combats. You don't really need necessarily a negative consequence to missing, because the fact that you missed means that you didn't kill the enemy, which means that they might have a chance to kill you. So it has a sort of cost baked in. When we got rid of that sort of time pressure that existed inside of the traditional dungeon framework, suddenly having null results became much more boring. That being said, I still think null results can be a little bit boring. And by the way, null results can mean like, a lot of people think like, oh yeah, I don't want null results. I want something good to always happen to me. No. I mean, having bad things happen to you, right? PBTA would encourage, PBTA would encourage you to say nothing, you fail and I'm going to make the situation worse because I want to push, the narrative forward. I think this game is trying to not be that game, right? I don't think it's trying to be, hey, you should make this move, as we would use in PBTA language, just to make, the game more exciting and the story more exciting. And that's fine. Ponder the Orb. This is why we talk about, people decry and people shit all over the concept of GNS, but I still think it's alive and well because I think that there are different reasons that people play these role-playing games. And I think that people ponder, as one of them, not everyone's a fan of gamist design intentions. And I think that is totally fine. Totally personal preference. Yeah. All right. So if you get a mid result, it's tier 2. That means you either partially, but not fully accomplish your task, or you do succeed at a cost and the ref gets to decide this. Okay. And then if you get a 17 or higher, you did what you set out to do and there's no problems or consequences. If you get a crit or a doom, which means you roll really high or really low, you get a tier 3 bonus, or if you get a crit, you get, you fail and it's really bad. It's a doom. You get a tier 1 result and a major setback. So again, it's basically exactly like Land of Eam. Now, the difference here, Land of Eam is a more narrative forward game because you can see Land of Eam doesn't actually have just a failure result. Okay. Land of Eam is you can see how these tiers help give the game, right, a mechanical tone. Right? Even if you roll a 3, 4, or 5 in Land of Eam, you fail, but hey, but there's a silver lining. God closed the door, but he opened a window. In MCDM, it's like, nah, get fucked. You fall into the you didn't jump over the pit and you fell into the acid, right? Like it's bad. And that's giving a tone to the game. The mechanics are giving a tone to the game. It's like the mechanics have an opinion. The mechanics have bias. And the mechanics are trying to create a certain type of experience in the game. And I'm okay with them having that kind of authority over my experience. You can't try again unless the circumstances meaningfully change. There are 3 special type of tests. We have assisting, where if you roll low, you give a penalty. These are by far my absolute least favorite helping rules of all time. This isn't their fault, by the way. This is Pathfinder 2's helping rules as well, or assisting rules or aiding rules. I absolutely hate these. This is everything I don't want in an assist. It is free. It is infinite. It involves a dice roll. You can help and end up harming your ally. There's nothing about this that I like. It may work for you. It doesn't work for me. Just saying that, hand to God. But again, the game is early in its phase. I don't like, there's so many things about this from both a play pattern, time spent at the table, the outcomes. I just don't like any of it. Yes, and it's before the test. Correct. Oh, it's dinner time. All right, we got attacks. When you want to deal damage. Castings. These are made to cast spells from a spell book. Oh, I do think one of the things they say in this game is that, like, the spells are all in spell books. So if you want a spell, you have to find the spell. Like, you don't have, like, a list. You don't have, like, a thing. I think that's really cool. Like, I think that's really, really cool. Some castings are also attacks. Resistance rolls are made to test a response to danger. A crit on a resistance roll could allow a creature to chance to harm the creature. Blah, 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 blah. Hide and seek. We got ruled. I don't care about this, really. Inventory slots. The number of items you can carry is represented by your inventory slots. You have backpack slots. Many things take up a single slot. Other things such as a ladder or heavy can take up multiple inventory slots. They always have to be next to each other in your slot system. Some items can be stacked, like a slot can hold 5 potions, 3 locks, 2 flasks. No, I do not like Vancian spellcasting, and I also do not like the Dying Earth books by Jack Vance. So it's a double negative on Jack Vance. Magic item slots. You have 6 other slots that can be used to wear magic items. You have a head slot for circlets, a waist belt for cool magic items. If you have more than one magic item equipped in the same slot, so much chaos on a pull takes its toll and doesn't allow you to rest. If you equip a second or greater item in your slot, then you have to, gain wounds, okay? You track your equipment using item cards. Oh my god, it's a board game! You heard it here officially. It is no longer a role-playing game. It is officially a board game. Look at this. We've got cards. It's a board game. It's official. Oops. Wearing armor takes up slots. You got some equipment stuff here. If you're not in combat, you can swap stuff around. Inside of combat, you have to roll a d10 to grab something out of your backpack. Every suit of armor has an AD, armor defense. If it takes damage, you subtract it. If it drops to 0, the item basically breaks and you can no longer use it. Some damage is designated as piercing. This ignores armor defense and is subtracted directly from a creature's stamina. Cool, cool, cool. Mr. Kiko, welcome to the Knights of Last Call. Thank you, Agile Monk, for the gift. And here we have, by the way, the RPG. Thank you, by the way, Agile Monk. Here we have the RPG industry in a nutshell. Lugs Gaming. Cool. Cards are cool as optional components. I'm not a fan of having them hard-coded into the game. Helios Base. I fucking love item cards. It's so much handier to have everything on a card. Cinnabos says it would be more fun if they made a grid and the cards were funky shaped and you had to Tetris them in. Yeah, kind of the old Diablo, like trying to fit all your equipment information together. There's actually a board game called Straza. What's the board game called, Derek? Let's see. What's the board game called? No, we're getting sidetracked here. I own it, and I should know this, but board game where you with man, I don't remember that game. Barron Park was like that, but what is the game I'm thinking of? I don't remember it. Man, I have to look it up. There's a game where you basically have to like put buildings into an area, and they're or awesome. Like if it feels like that's exactly the type of thing that a VTT should do well, and somehow it doesn't. Go figure. Uwe Rosenberg definitely has some Tetris-like aspects for sure. Yeah, GM Scott, anything by Uwe Rosenberg. All right. If your stamina goes to 0, you die. Oh, sorry. If you're a ref-controlled creature and your stamina goes to 0, you die. Wounds. When a PC or a hireling or a pet, they take damage and their AD and stamina are 0, they take 1 wound for every point of damage they would take. Ooh, ouch. Each wound they take fills up a backpack slot of the PC's choice. For each slot occupied by a wound and an item, your speed is reduced by 1 to a minimum of 0. When all of a creature's backpack slots have wounds, they die. Okay, so you can have items in your backpack and your wounds. They don't literally take up a slot, but if they're double occupied, you lose speed as well. So you're going to either have to like crawl or drop items. Either way, once you have 10 wounds, you die. We got conditions. I'm not really going to worry about the conditions. We're going to skip these. Excuse me. Usage dice. We track spells, equipment, and anything else that can be finitely used with usage dice. We have a pool of dice. We roll all of them. If a dice is a 1 or 2, you remove it, and then the total goes down. Once the total usage dice goes to 0, it goes to 0. Yes, there's a condition called boned, and I think it's terrible. It's basically like Bane, disadvantage, you know. Apparently, originally, it was called fucked, which I don't like it. I mean, I'm fine with the concept, but... if the item's usage dice contains useless, the item is permanently useless after its usage dice are 0. If an item's usage dice contains refuel, then it can be restored if you use the item to restore it, like a pint of oil to restore a lantern's 2 usage dice. If an item's usage dice entry contains rest, then its maximum of usage dice are restored when the PC carrying it finishes a rest. If it contains activate, you should roll its usage dice whenever you use the item as specified on its card after resolving. If the item's usage dice entry includes DT, then you should roll its usage dice at the end of every one of your dungeon turns. This is a great, I mean, this is basically, consumables, refuelables, and, kind of like magic, restore, use over and over again. Yes, usage dice is a D6 pool. So, for example, a lantern has 2 usage dice, and presumably the usage on a lantern would indicate DT. So every dungeon turn, you would roll those 2 usage dice. If you roll a 1 or a 2, you would remove the dice. If the usage dice goes down to 0, the lantern no longer operates. The recharge, or whatever entry would say refuel, which is if you use a pint of oil, you delete the pint of oil, you would restore 2 usage dice to your lantern. So very, procedural-esque, very Torchbearer-esque, in fact, but with kind of with the diminishing turns instead of like the grind. Dungeon turn. Dungeon exploration occurs when the PCs are in a ruin, a fortress, or a cave. Location, room by room. When the PCs enter a dungeon, the first dungeon turn begins. Each dungeon turn is 30 minutes of real time. The ref should track this on their phone or some other timer and share the clock with the players. The timer shouldn't be stopped unless the group takes a break from play. At the end of a dungeon turn, roll usage dice for items or effects, and the ref should roll for an encounter. Again, this is kind of weird for me because, like, that means that, like, again, I mean, it's nothing unusual to me to a certain extent because I played Torchbearer, but like, that means that like your lantern could burn out in like 5 seconds or like 3 hours, right? Like it really depends. Now, granted, what does this encourage? Technically, it encourages you to get things done as quickly as you can. Well, no, Keith. That's what? Keith, that's standard dungeon procedures. That's the most normalized thing that exists. I mean, they listed a list of games that we all think is really cool, and I mean, that's nothing wrong, right? Great artists, good artists create, great artists steal. I mean, there's definitely a but I mean, there's some unique edges to this, and I think it's cool. Also, there's something to be said about integration. Integration's tough. Whoa. Whoa. Greed bonus. The 3, I guess those are some dungeons. Reward crows who venture bravely into dungeons and plays greed over caution. The deity blesses treasures found quickly, increasing their value. If the PCs find treasure in the first 3 DTs of entering a dungeon for the first time, the treasure increases in value based on the turn in which it was found. Wow. This is the most Derek mechanic I have ever seen in an actual published game in my life. Wow. For those of you who don't know, like, I have a lot of very, gamist rules that I usually incorporate into dungeons where, like, the longer you stay in the dungeon and grind it out rather than just keep returning safely back to town. This is right. Like, you literally get more experience and you literally get more treasure. Like, the treasure in the game goes up because you have a floating treasure bonus. Like, and a lot of people these are rules that I've had for, almost 20 years at this point, I guess. Or at least 15. But a lot of people, when they hear these rules, they start vomiting in chat because they go, "Oh my God, that's so gamist. It's so gamist." Now, granted, they literally put a sort of very like, oh, the 3, the gods of the dungeons, they reward you for being greedy. And, they're trying to make it like, I guess they're trying to make it diegetic and simulationist. But the fact of the matter is this is extremely hyper gamist. But, yeah, super gamist the game, dungeon bliss. I mean, they really want you to hustle because remember too, this only applies the first time that you enter the dungeon. So that means that if you enter the dungeon and you turn around and leave, you're not going to get that bonus anymore ever again. So this really encourages you to get as much done in the dungeon the first time you enter it within the first 90 minutes of entering the game. Now, let's talk about what this is encouraging, and let's talk about what this is also what this is encouraging. Okay, which is number one, it's encouraging the players, right, to get their shit together and go on. What is it also encouraging? It's also encouraging the players to enter the dungeon and try to get as much as they can. Well, what else is it encouraging? It's encouraging the players to pixel bitch the GM if the GM is having to look up a rule, because the GM is going to say, the players are going to say, are you going to pause the timer? We're not taking a break, but this is kind of on you. Why should we be penalized because you don't know the rules? Second thing this does, if you have somebody on your team, like in your play group, who maybe doesn't know the rules as well, or they're a little disorganized, or they're a little, they're just slower to make their turn and their decision, you might get players giving them shit. You might get players who are kind of being like, come on, let's go, hurry up. So there's downsides to this. I'm not saying we should get into like a chess clock meta, but maybe we should. But like the GM has a chess clock, and when the GM's doing his GM stuff, and then he hits the chess clock, and it goes back over to the players. It's completely arbitrary, Marcus. They just decided that this is sort of the length of time that they want to play. I also get a sense, I could be wrong here, but I also get the sense that they expect for CROWS to be played in maybe like 2-hour increments. I do not get the sense that this is a game that is expecting you to be playing it for like 3 or 4 hours, Helios says, I'd be so down for a chess clock. Well, no, by definition, if the player's on their cell phone, they're going to be wasting time. They're going to be burning off their group's, they're going to be burning up their group's treasure bonus. They're going to be burning up their group's equipment dice. Thank you, by the way, for the Prime subby there. Dusk Shine, appreciate you. Playing 4E, you'll have to catch the VOD. Sick. Hey, what's up, Evan? The good news is that almost every single mechanic in the game is a mechanic that we already know from other games, which is cool. On the other hand, it's also, it's definitely taking a very aggressive stance on what it's trying to do. So in this case, Evan, what we're looking at here is every 30 minutes of real time is a dungeon turn. And that's the only tracking of time in the game. The in-game time doesn't matter. It's just the time at the table, 30 minutes of real world time. And at the end of every 30-minute turn, things like your torches and your spells might, you roll dice to see if they keep on going. But in addition to this, if you find treasure in the first 30 minutes of entering the dungeon, your treasure bonus is actually increased by 15%. If you find it in the second 30-minute increment, it's increased by 10%. If you find it in the up to 90 minutes, it's 5%. And anything past 90 minutes, you get no bonus. And this only applies the very first time that you enter a dungeon. So if you enter a dungeon, turn around and leave, rest up, go back into the dungeon, you don't get any bonus. Right. If my group plays on hard mode. We have 15-minute dungeon turns, but our bonus is 30%, 20%, 10%. No, I don't think it does, Thaddeus. That's as far as I can tell, Thaddeus, I don't think the dungeon turn indicates a time frame in the fiction. Nothing I'm seeing here, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but nothing I'm seeing indicates that is the case. But again, also, it's just the alpha version. But I don't think that there's a one-to-one connection. Also, like in Kelsey's game, Shadow Dark, I think it is kind of awkward, but in Shadow Dark, there's the time passing because of the torch timer in real life, but there's also still time passing that happens inside of the game world. So Shadow Dark is kind of weird because it kind of does both, and it's a little weird. Anyways, and here you go. Sometimes you want to use an item or spell with a duration tracked in usage dice rolled outside at the end of the dungeon, outside of a dungeon. Maybe you're traveling through the woods carrying a torch. When not in a dungeon, you can consider every 2 hours of in-fiction time to be equivalent to a dungeon turn. But that's when you're not in a dungeon. Correct. If you joke around with your friends and tell stories, you are being penalized. Yes. Right. Stop emoting. Roll the damn check. So we've got dungeon encounters. So this happens every 30 minutes of real time. And you would also roll it whenever the players do something that would, attract a lot of attention, like making a lot of noise or setting fire. They roll a d6. If it's equal to or higher than the encounter number, then an encounter occurs, even if the PCs are in the middle of combat. Now, so it's funny. It's funny because this game is kind of using the mechanics that I made as kind of a joke for my Origins Shadow Dark game. GM Scott called it Derek Dark, right? Because I made a bunch of crazy house rules just to make a crazy con game. So like we had 15-minute torch timers, but it worked very differently than actual real Shadow Dark. If it ran out and I noticed, a random encounter occurred. Even if you were in the middle of combat. Right. So like the timer was always running, it's like the line from Bill and Ted's. Just remember that the clock in San Dimas is always running. And so like even in the middle of a combat encounter, you had players had to sometimes like watch the clock and be like, I light a torch in the middle of combat. And so like if the combat took like, for some odd reason, if the combat took 15 minutes, you might burn through an entire torch in that one combat, right? Because there was no connection between like the fictional world and the game world. It was purely a game mechanic. But I only did that because, number one, it's Derek, and I like that kind of silly stuff. But also, too, because I was kind of trying to be like, almost like not a troll, but I was trying to be a little bit funny about it, you know? And it's funny because this is literally that. If an encounter occurs, roll on the encounter table. You can rest to regain your stamina, lose wounds, and recharge some of your equipment like spellbooks. To rest, you have to spend 6 uninterrupted hours in-game in one place without doing any sort of combat exploration. When you rest, you must consume at least 1 ration. At the end of the rest, you get back all your stamina. The number of wounds you have decreases by 1. You choose which wound you lose. Every 2 hours spent resting is 1 dungeon turn. Blah, blah, blah. You also get to make rest activity. You typically get 1 rest activity. You can harvest, right? We got monster parts. We got crafting. We've got identify a magical item. You can repair your armor just like in Daggerheart. You can tend to your wounds just like in Daggerheart. And you can also prepare for a task. I think that's also from Daggerheart. I also think that's from Draw Steel. Take care, Ponder. If you're in town with no chance of encounters, you may wish to perform multiple rest activities per day. And basically, you can do that. We've got suffocation rules, bright light, light rules. I don't really care much about this line of effect. And we don't care about cover, concealment. I don't actually care about any of this. Guess what? It works like every other game that ever I think it does. Combat, grid, initiative. A player rolls a d10. If it's 6 or higher, the PCs go first. On your turn, you can take a maneuver and an action or 2 maneuvers. You can also choose to take only 1 action or 1 maneuver and do nothing. You cannot break up your turn. And again, your common maneuvers are things like move squares, equal speed up to your squares. You can shift without provoking an opportunity attack. You could command a pet. You could get something from your pack or belt. You can pick up an item and stand up or grab somebody. Or knock back somebody. So you can attack and knock back. You can attack and grab. You can move and attack. You could shift and attack. You could grab something from your belt and attack, etc., etc. Ready in action. I'm sure there will be no discussion about boring stuff. Like opening an unlocked door or knocking an arrow requires no maneuver unless the ref deem otherwise. Making shit up. If you want to do something impactful that isn't specified in the rules, tell the ref. Your ref will decide if it takes a maneuver or an action or whatever, and if any tests need to be made. When we make attacks, it's either melee or ranged. When you make an attack, it must be either weapon or spellbook that you're wielding. When you make an attack with a weapon, you apply the appropriate weapon skill to the test. When you make an attack with a spell, also called a spell attack, you add the appropriate magic skill to the test. So you're basically going to be attacking with weapons or attacking with spells. If you get a tier 1, that means if you rolled an 11 or lower total, you deal no damage, and may God have mercy on your soul. And you deal no damage and other effects to your target. And there's also potential consequences. A tier 1 result on an attack is called a miss. A tier 2 or tier 3 result is called a hit. Thrown weapons, like daggers, allow you to do melee or ranged. You didn't like the assist rules. What would you prefer? Simple. I think it should cost you stamina. I think that would work really well. I don't know exactly how much stamina you get in this game. It might be very low or medium, very small amount. But I think assisting should be stamina. I don't want it to involve a dice roll. I want it to be quick, fast, possibly or preferably done after the result. Yeah, basically Blades in the Dark. Or a million other games. I mean, it's not just Blades in the Dark that does that, but I mean, Root does it that way. Avatar Legends does it that way. Blades in the Dark does it that way. Even the One Ring does it that way. But I very much dislike that there is both a dice roll, it costs you nothing, and that you can roll badly, and all it does is give them a -1. So not only do I not like it because it's just boring, but I also don't like it because now I'm helping you and hurting you. It's just not worth the dice roll. You know, it's just not worth the dice roll for what amounts to just maybe a +1 or a -1, and I don't like it. And I don't like that someone can help you and then end up hurting you. Yeah, I just don't like that idea of any concept of it. Personally, that's just me. I'm not saying it's a bad rule. I'm just saying I don't like it. There's nothing wrong with it. It works. I don't like it. Got it. Okay, so if you make a melee attack and you miss, the target can counterattack you. If you roll a 12 to 16, you do 1. What the fuck is A and S? Anyways, you do 1 plus something damage. If you get a 17 or higher, you do 2 plus something damage. Right. Also, you can still spam it on every check. Correct. I really don't like help spam at all either, Mr. Squid. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Agility restraint. Yeah, I'm getting that now. I guess I just saw melee attacks and I just assumed it would be strength. So I guess some weapons are agility, I guess. Ranged attacks. It has a range. If it's beyond the range, you get a penalty. When you get a miss, any ammunition fired in the attack is destroyed. If the target was adjacent to one or more of your allies, your attack instead hits one of those allies chosen randomly by the ref, and you deal the tier 2 result of that weapon you made to that attack to that ally. If you roll a doom on the attack, you instead deal the tier 3 result to your ally. So, attacking in melee is bad, because if you roll a low result, the target can counterattack and do damage to you automatically. Attacking with a ranged weapon theoretically doesn't have that drawback because the enemy can't counterattack you. However, if you counterattack or if you shoot into melee and miss, then you will hit one of your allies. So each has a downside, right? So in theory, in ranged attacks, if you're shooting somebody who is not engaged with your allies, there is no downside other than potentially losing your ammunition. Which is presumably, depending on how that works out, could still be a thing, right? If you get a crit, you get to make another action. Some multiple targets. We don't really care much about those. High ground, all this other nonsense. Every round, each creature gets one reaction that you can use at any point on your turn or another creature's turn. Each reaction has a trigger. It can only happen with that trigger. There are 2 common reactions, counters and opportunity attacks, available to all creatures. Counter. When a creature or object within reach of your melee weapon you are currently making makes a melee attack roll, or grabs, or knockbacks, and gets a tier 1 result, you can use your reaction to counter. If you do, you automatically deal the tier 2 result of your weapon of damage. If they got a doom, you deal the tier 3 instead. Opportunity attack is if a creature moves out of your reach, you can use a reaction to make an attack with your weapon you're wielding before they leave your reach. This is called an opportunity attack. So it sounds like you have to roll the opportunity attack. So it could be a situation, if I'm reading this right, that an enemy could be engaged with you and they want to go kill the wizard. So they leave melee with you. You get an opportunity attack. You choose to use it. You make a melee attack. You miss, you roll a tier 1 result. The enemy now gets to counter you and deal automatic damage to you for free. So not only did you not hit them, and not only did you not stop them from moving, but they actually did damage to you. And we had to roll like dice like 3 times or something. Like, I don't know that I love that. I'm very particular, though, about like opportunity attacks. And I'm also kind of particular about a certain level of stickiness. See, I'm actually the opposite. PF2, when they made PF2, they were like, we don't want people to worry about attacks of opportunity. Whereas I'm like, I agree with you. I don't want people to worry about attacks of opportunity either. I don't think you should be able to leave melee. Like, or it's like, yeah, you can leave melee. You can leave melee. And if you do, your opponent gets to make an immediate critical hit against you and deal critical hit damage or something devastating. But I grew up playing war games and, even skirmish battle games. And you just can't just like leave melee. And like, even in like a real fight, you just can't walk past people. And like, not only is it bad from a simulations perspective, it's bad from a gamist perspective as well. Yeah, I guess it is just one roll for the opportunity attack. So, because you leave, they make an attack roll, then you counter for free, and that's automatic. So, yeah, I guess. No, I don't. I mean, I do not think so. That is my personal takeaway. This is getting really pedantic here, but the only time that I think you should be able to disengage from melee is by giving ground and falling back, right? So like if your game had facing, which no game has facing anymore, but if your game has facing, I am okay with your character moving presumably at a slower pace and falling back. And yes, there is a game that does this. That's right, Thaddeus. Warhammer, the old world, the RPG. Don't be confused with Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. No, this is a different Warhammer Fantasy. It's Warhammer Fantasy, the old world. And the reason why Warhammer, the old world does this is because it's based kind of off of an actual miniatures game. Correct. Exactly. This is why having space and battle lines and all this other stuff was so important, because if you can give ground, basically you are invincible until you run out of ground to give. And at which point you are in trouble. It's also why being surrounded was bad news bears. So anyways, yeah, I'm basically of the belief that you should not be able to just like move basically at all once you're in melee. I really pretty much think that you should have 2 options, which is either to fall back in good order, right? In which case, you actually become extremely defensive, but again, you're giving ground, or, flat out throw your weapons down and run away screaming. But in which case, you are very likely to be just savagely cut down. Anyways. There's a reason why if you watch any sort of physical combat sport, you never really see anybody turn their back to their opponent and just start walking away. Like they're usually, facing each other because that's usually a thing. Anyways, we got difficult terrain, we got teleporting, we got pets in combat. I don't really care about any of this. A lot of this just sounds like 4E/Draw Steel 2.0, we do get some overland travel rules and procedures, though, so that's kind of cool. Overland travel occurs when the PCs move from one location to another, traveling vast swaths of land to discover new points of interest. If weather conditions are pleasant, you can travel about 12 miles a day. After this, you must rest if you wish to continue without taking damage. If you wish to travel further than this, you must make an endurance check. Hex maps. All right, travel procedure. Decide the route's terrain type. Determine the day's weather. Well, you gotta travel to the dungeon somehow, Sveti. Each PC declares a travel roll and makes a test related to that roll. Each human makes a test to resist the miasma. Run any point of interest scenes and roll for random encounters and resolve that. If the group decides to push to travel further, each should make that roll to push. When the group rests, follow the procedure for resting and repeat the travel procedure for subsequent days of travel. Now, there's nothing wrong with this, but let me just say once again, the One Ring, second edition, knocks it out of the park. They have a fantastic journey rule system. And it's my understanding that Trevor Duvall uses that system very heavily for his upcoming game that will be releasing hopefully sometime soon, The Broken Empires, which is exciting. We got some weather rolls, no hex flowers. I'm disappointed. I'm just kidding. We got damage, and all this is really doing, but notice I do like that it's piercing damage. Your armor can't absorb it. But I mean, basically, the long and the short of it is this is going to theoretically make you... Here's the problem, though. Here's the problem. Okay. When you rest, you get back all your stamina. Okay. So we travel, say, through the cold or the heat wave, and we take some damage, and, you know, for the day, you know, and it goes through our armor, but, you know, whatever, we lose our stamina. And then we get to rest at the end of the day, and we get all our stamina back. Right? And then the next day we travel and we take some damage and we lose some stamina. And then we get to the camp at the end of the day and we take a rest and all of the stamina gets recovered. Right? So it's like, I mean, I'm not even kidding here when I say like, I could, and by the way, you might be like, Derek, why are you doing it? Well, no, but they would just rest, Keith. They're not really getting tendered. They could take 12 damage a day, every day, and then they rest and they get full healed, and then they travel another day and they take 12 damage and they rest and they get the full hit points back, and then they go 12 and they take rest and they get the full hit points back and they 12. Yes, strain from Tactic Quest is such a good mechanic. It's also why fatigue from the One Ring is such a good mechanic. Because fatigue just builds up over the course of your travel, and you do not get that back when you take a simple rest. You get it back when you're like, you know, basically fully back in town and recovering in pleasant conditions. You don't get it when you're out on the adventure, you know, even out in the wilderness. All right, so we do get some travel rolls, though. We can assign one PC to the scout role and any number of PCs to forager or leader. Each role has a test they make at the start of the day. For each doom result, which means a nat 1 or a nat 2 on 2d10, an encounter occurs that day. Oh, okay, so each role has a test to make. Interesting. So if you have more people in your party, you have a more chance of getting a random encounter? Can you choose not to do anything? I'm not sure. Let's see. Forager. They hunt for game, and you can get some rations. But if you roll a 1 or a 2, you cause an encounter. Guide. Can potentially give you a benefit to moving overland. Navigate. If you fail, you get lost. Leader maintains the group's morale against the miasma by getting them to share stories, play games, and the like. Each leader in the group can make the following test. The leader provides no bonus to their allies. The leader's allies get +1 bonus as tier 2, except the bonus is +2. So do we know what the miasma is? Scout. The scout moves ahead of the group and looks for signs of incoming danger. They make the following test. Okay, so this right increases the number that determines whether or not you get an encounter. Right, the encounter number. You roll a d6. Right. Wow, that seems wrong. Like if you get partial success, it still decreases. That seems brutal. Here we go. Miasma. All right. Well, this helps. And we have lost rules. I'm not too worried about those. Miasma. Outdoor areas in Kornath are affected by a nearly invisible magical haze called the miasma. It's the result of the spells used outside. Okay, got it. So this is our fantasy radiation from a post-apocalyptic game. It's outside, but not inside. This phenomenon corrupts the souls of humans, making them commit selfish and wicked acts. Too much time in the miasma can create a permanent change. While a human is boned, they can't lose any levels of the condition while within the miasma. Every 24 hours a human spends within the miasma, they must make the following test. 2d10 plus mind plus your endurance skill. The human becomes boned and must roll for... All I can think of when I do this is this.
The math thing isn't the problem.
What did you say?
I said you two need a bone.
How dare you, Detective Diaz? I am your superior officer! Bone! What happens in my bedroom, Detective, is none of your business. Bone! Don't ever speak to me like that again.
That's all I can think of. It's from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Yes, R.I.P. Andre Breyer. Bone. Don't you dare speak to me. Miasma, not miasma. All right, miasma is apparently the correct pronunciation. All right. Anyways, if you roll badly, you become boned, and you must roll on the miasma to have effect. If you get a normal result, you're boned. And if you roll 17 or higher, you get no effect. If you roll on the miasma effects table, you roll 1d10 plus your current boned level. I got to change that. Here are the effects. It's all role-playing. Can you get him saying boned on my soundboard quickly? Not quickly. There's no real easy way to just like record things from your computer anymore. Remember, you used to have like the Microsoft Sound Recorder. Does that still exist? Oh my God, does it? No, it says Sound Recorder needs an update. We are getting that update ready for you. Thanks, Microsoft. But does this actually work? Hold on a second. Let me see.
Why did you do that?
Dude was pent up. Now he knows. Problem solved.
No, see, it wants to record my microphone. I'm talking about the old, like, you remember the old, like, Windows 3.1? Oh, wait, can I change the source? Wait, maybe I can. No, it's just my microphone. Anyways. I mean, at least they didn't call it load, you know? If we had boned and load, it'd be over for any childlike adult, like so many of us. Anyways, if you roll D10, you become despondent, and you only give one-word responses until you exit the miasma. Now, notice this is actually a min-max opportunity, because now you don't have to waste time FPTing or role playing, which will eat up your dungeon turns and thus fuck you out of loot. You have to eat more rations. You enter a destructive raise and blow up one of your own items. You become deceitful and can only communicate in lies. You are lazy and will no longer make any travel rolls. I appreciate that one. You relish in violence. You must keep pursuing and fighting foes. And you become an NPC. Yeah, probably to use Microsoft Sound Recorder. Please log into your Microsoft account. But no, because I remember as a kid, you'd open up Microsoft Sound Recorder and you'd like record stuff, and then you'd put it and then set it as like your Windows startup noise and your Windows exit noise. Now it wants to just be some sort of like weird Zoom thing. Probably uses like AI or fucking Gemini or something. Anyways, So that was my point. There's no easy way to do that. Right. I could use Voice Meter. I could open up, Adobe Adology or whatever, Audible or whatever it's called. I could do a bunch of crazy stuff, but like, that's just crazy, Anyways, encounter checks. We don't really care about this. Spell casting. All right. So spells are located in books. We cast them out of our books. Spells have a rank from 0 to 5, indicating its power. Do I have Audacity? Actually, not on this machine. I have, well, number one, I wouldn't use I probably would not use Audacity. I would use Audition, which is the Adobe version. Right. Anyways, so we've got different skills: Alteration, Benefaction, Conjuration, Elemental, Illusion, Necromancy. Casting times, range, targets. Basically a bunch of stuff here. AOV. Now, here's the part that matters to us. Everything else is kind of thing. Duration. If it's lingering, if it's instantaneous, it's one and done. If it's a dungeon turn, it lasts until the end of the dungeon turn in which it was cast. So you've got 30. Well, no. Okay. This is a perfect example of some bullshit. Okay, which is fine. I mean, like, it's a weird gamist thing. Okay, you've got your timer. And it's at 27 minutes. So if I cast a spell now, it's going to last for 3 minutes. So I'm going to wait 3 minutes and 1 second to cast my spell. That's weird, right? Because note, it doesn't last 30 minutes. It lasts until the end of the current dungeon turn. Right? Or when you cast a spell, you might get a number of usage dice out of it. But again, you roll those usage dice at the end of the dungeon turn. So it's this weird thing where, like, true, Lollipop, but it's weird that, like, a spell might last for 27 minutes or a spell might last for 2 minutes, right? That's weird. Like, even from a game, I don't care about I don't care about the verisimilitude, right? I don't care about the interaction with, no, because then it could because then it could potentially last for 59 minutes. Right? Or 30. The real crazy nonsense would be to play this game, you need a bunch of 30-minute plastic hourglass egg timers. And then every time you cast a spell, you take the card and you put it on the thing, and then you flip the hourglass over and put it on that. And then when that runs out, your spell is over. That would be the real crazy psycho Derek way of doing it. Like, if I wanted to be really, really crazy. And then you just have you'd have real life clocks going. Yes. And I know some of you are sick in the head like me, and you're kind of like, oh, that's kind of sweet. Again, we talked about the duality of man, right? Todd Bailey, that would be hell. Mr. Squid, that sounds pretty sick. Well, that's the best part. The GM doesn't have to. No. The GM doesn't. The GM's not tracking that. The players are tracking that. Of course, no. I'm saying that when a player casts a spell, they have their spell duration. They have their card, whatever, bless or mage armor. They put it out in front of them, and then there's a space on the card, that even has like a little circular template, for your hourglass, your official. That way they can sell you more stuff through the Kickstarter. MCDM, hire me, buddy. Now we can sell people fucking egg timers. We can get them made in China for 15 cents. We'll sell them as a deluxe package of post-apocalyptic, CROWS themed, hourglasses. Okay. And we'll sell them to people for like $50. Okay. We'll even have a premium version, so you can do a premium tier, right? We all read that article. Well, maybe not everybody, but a lot of us read that article that showed that 80% of the dollars from all the Kickstarters from last year came from the highest tier of backing, right? So we'll have custom made metal and glass ones, okay? Boutique spell timers. See, here's the problem. I could make $1 million. Okay. I know what to do. I just don't do it because I choose not to. See, look, the ideas keep coming here, right? Oh, plus you can get you can actually get a real, like one of those old school, Wizard of Oz type actual hourglasses, that's on a swivel, and that could be the primary dungeon timer, right? Like that's the true dungeon timer. You're just like, and then when you turn it, it's got little bells, ding, ding, ding. Oh yes, Cinnabos, colored spell school. I love it, guys. I'm gonna cast this necromancy spell, so I'm gonna get my necromancy timer. Kadoosh! Yes.
I am strong.
So much money. Okay. This is, by the way, usually at the time of the stream where I get suddenly a ping in Discord, and it's from Roll for Combat, and he goes, "Dude, that's such a great idea. I'm doing that for my next Kickstarter." Anyways. By the way, yeah, you know what? You better wear a fucking diaper to the fucking session, because, all gas, no brakes, baby. I've got 3 spells going, okay? Do you know what kind of risks I took to cast that spell? Okay? If you need to go to the bathroom, you better just shit yourself, okay? Okay? I've got a diaper on, and I've got an empty Gatorade. But yes, yes, piss bottle ready. Oh. Deluxe tier. Coronath, miasma approved adult diapers. Look, we're here for a good time, not a long time. Let's go. Now here's what's interesting. The spell books themselves have usage dice. So, by the way, somebody asked earlier if you could consolidate your spell books. Absolutely not. Each spell book is going to take up inventory slots, and each spell book itself has usage dice. And whenever you cast a spell out of that spell book, you have to roll its usage dice. If you run out of usage dice, that spell book has lost its magic, and you can no longer cast any spells from that book until its usage dice are restored. So it actually would penalize you if, for some odd reason, all of your spells were in one book. But if you get a crit when you cast, you don't need to roll that spell's usage dice. They give it to you for free, which is cool. All right. A backlash occurs when you roll a crit fumble, I believe. When the backlash occurs, roll 1d100 plus the rank of the spell to determine the event. Backlashes occur instead of the spell. The chaos count is a secret number the ref maintains during play and starts at 0. Every time a creature makes a casting from a spell book. Thank you, Dirty Phil. Every time a creature makes a casting from a spell book and gets a tier 1 result that's not a doom, the ref secretly rolls 1d6 plus the spell's rank and adds it to the chaos count. When a casting causes the chaos count to be 13 or higher, a backlash occurs and the chaos count results 0. So, if you cast a spell and you roll a 1 or a 2, natural 1, natural 2, you will generate a backlash. So there's always a 3% chance of rolling a backlash. However, if you roll just a normal failure, a tier 1 result, which is to say you rolled an 11 or less, Then the GM secretly rolls a d6 plus the spell's rank, and then keeps that as a running total. Here's the thing. Jackal, okay, we got a couple a lot. Jackal says another thing for the GM to keep track of, my favorite. Pumpkin says, is the counter secret? I don't like that. How do you feel about the secret part? It is secret. Now, part of the reason it's secret is because you do not, the chaos count could be at 1, it could be at 2, it could be at 7, it could be at 12. And part of the problem for that might be like, you know, it's like because you add, I can see both sides is what it comes down to. Yeah. Because you're adding the rank, as theory, the players they do know the minimum, right? Like the players know you roll at least a 1 on a d6, and you know that the spell's rank that you cast was 3. So you know that it's at least 4. But it could be as high as 9. So you know it's between 4 and 9, right? So then if you miscast again on a rank 3 spell, you know that you've added at least another 4. And if it didn't trigger a backlash, you're at least at 8. And you're probably at like 9, 10, 11, 12. So probably guaranteed the next time you miss a cast, you're going to generate it. So there's a little bit of like a kind of like a poker, like, ooh, what are we going to do? You know, whatever. But I don't know. Now, what I would rather do possibly is kind of use like a tension pool mechanic where every time you get a miscast or every time you get a whatever failure, you add more dice to a public pool. And then you roll them all, and if you get like a, you know, whatever, a 6 or whatever, or a 1 or whatever, then there's a miscast, right? Or something like that. So like it's never deterministic, but the pool keeps growing and growing, so the risk keeps growing. Yeah. So I'd make it public and I'd make it a tension pool. Yeah. So we got everything from your head turns into a donkey to your ass lights on fire, tentacles erupt from your body. You shuffle. Okay, that's kind of. Shuffle your inventory cards into a deck. Then roll a d10. Pull a number of cards equal to the result from the top of the deck. The last card you pull is a piece of equipment that is teleported off your person and into a dungeon of the ref's choice. Your mouths and ears meld shut. Your mind score permanently decreases by 1 until you rest. Now remember, you add the rank, so 105 is possible. A portal to hell opens beneath you, and you are sucked into it as a chorus of demons laughs at your unfortunate fate. The portal shuts as your soul and body are forever sealed. There you go. Yeah, so this is very DCC-esque, right? Forbidden Lands, right? The classic things, Forbidden Lands is, you know, a demon appears and like sucks out your soul or something for casting a spell. We got a bunch of rules for crafting, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not going to read these. But there's alchemy, there's enchanting and blacksmith. Sounds like Dragontide. We've got monster parts, and the rules randomly just end here. All right. So those are the rules of the game. So we have a character book as well. So you roll a D. It looks like it's a D66 table, which is weird because they don't call it a D66 table. But it is a D66 table. Why didn't they just call this a D66 table? Interesting. Anyways, you roll for your background randomly. You record your statistics on a piece of paper with a pencil, not a pen, with a pencil. Each background gives you a +1 in some skills, a stamina score, and a starting trait from a trait tree. All PCs start at speed 5. Your characteristics, yeah, but I mean, but other games just call it a D66. Like So what did other games that use a D66 table call it if nobody knows what it is? It's called a D66 table. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, like, and like, even when you roll a D66, you roll either they have to be different colors or you roll the first one, then you roll the second one, which you would still do here, but because you have to roll one for the first 6 and one for the second 6. So it doesn't, or one for the tens digit and one for the ones digit. Anyways. So you determine your characteristics. They start at 0. Your background raises one of your statistics to +1. And you can raise an additional characteristic to +1, but if you do, you have to drop one to -1. Every PC has a bedroll, an empty coin purse, a knife, a rope, and 6 rations. And then make a village. If this is your group's first time making PCs for the campaign, work with the other players to make a village and name it. Stone Top. No, just kidding. All right, so the rest of this is a bunch of backgrounds. We're not going to go through all of them, of course, but we can see here that each gives you a bonus to a characteristic. It gives you your starting stamina. It gives you a trait. It gives you +1 to 3 skills. And also your starting equipment. And a starting trait from a skill trait. There we go. Okay. So, yeah. So, there are no classes. Yep. Doesn't look like there's any classes. Yeah, it says each background score gives you a +1 in some skills. So, you get a +1 in all of these skills. So, for example, an acolyte of the gardener gets a +1 to their mind score. By the way, remember, scores go from +5 to -5. All of your stats start at 0, except you get a +1 from your background, sometimes with a choice. So the acolyte of the gardener gets they get the material transfer trait. They get a +1 to like 6 different skills. Whereas the acolyte of the warrior gets to pick between mind or strength, stamina 9 instead of versus stamina 5. That's your hit points. They get first responder, but they get an axe, a holy symbol, torch, and then they get spell books, a minor healing, and a minor ward spell book. Whereas the acolyte of the gardener gets the fire hands, the minor healing, and the spark spell book. Yeah, lollipop. I mean, all you need is the skill. To be fair, I don't even know if you need the skill. The skill just gives you a +1 bonus. Remember, though, every spell book has usage dice. So there's only so much that you can cast from a spell per day before it just gets used up. The only time you don't have to roll the usage dice for a spell book is if you roll a crit. What's up, Vin? Thoughts so far? You will hate this game. Most people will hate this game. Derek could play this game and enjoy it, which is not a great indication of the game's potential future. It feels like Torchbearer, but also with grid-based 4E style combat, but also with, it's actually surprisingly, it is kind of hard to die in Torchbearer. So it's Torchbearer, but with 4E grid style combat, draw steel combat, but also with like OSRs, har har har, you're dead, your characters suck, and they're getting ground up, but also PBTA, but also real-time torches. So, sorry, let me rephrase it. Let me read it. Okay, it's 4E D&D plus Torchbearer plus PBTA plus new SR games plus adult diapers so that you don't miss out on the treasure bonus. The adult diapers are key. Adult diapers and piss bottles. Now, Boothby has a different gimmicks, the RPG. Well, GM Scott, I just mean like it's like, you know, it's got like the draw steal, like you get, you know, a standard action, a maneuver action, and a reaction on your turn. It's grid based. It's got, you know, it looks like it has a lot of focus on push, grab, pull, like all the same like draw steal, grid based combat interactions. All right. So we got a bunch of these. 36 of them, as it turns out, because it's a D66. I've never heard of that word in my life. But it makes sense only because the god of storms or something in Magic the Gathering from Theros was called Keranos. And I guess it makes sense that Kero means something related to storms and thunders. So it looks like stamina is going to be 5, 7, or 9. The noble gets a trait called Call Daddy. That's nice. Roll for us. How would I roll? I don't know which one's going to be first. All right. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Hold on. Let's see if I can do this. Boo-doo. Obsbot. There we go. Perfect. All right, perfect. All right. Now I just need to control this camera somehow. There we go. Hello, it's me. All right, there we go. All right, I got to roll it. And somehow I have to roll this in this window, which is apparently harder than I thought it was. All right, here we go. Oh, you know what I need? I need a fucking dice roller. All right, I got a 5 and a 5. I got a 55. All right, so I am a pugilist. No, I'm a pugilist. My rolling tray, it's over on my gaming table. I got a 53. No, it was a 55. I'm a pugilist. Oh, that was a 53? Shit. All right, fine. I don't know. I'm a minor? Oh, come on. Well, what's funny is actually these are casino dice. Anyways, all right. You worked in mines, digging and hauling ore. I get +1 to my strength. I get 7 stamina. I get lasting light. I get +1 skills to climb, endurance, lift, navigate, and stabbing. I start with some chalk, a grappling hook, boots, gloves, torches, lantern, oil, flask, pickaxe, and shovel. All right. How do we advance? Whenever you return to your village, see village, and finish a rest after looting the dungeon, you gain an experience point award equal to the combined value of all of the treasure that your group brought back in gold coins divided by the number of players, not characters, in the party. Unique items don't have a cost. Their XP value is 10,000 or 500 if it can become useless after use. You spend your XP on new traits. You should also keep a total track of your total XP over your course of career, TXP. The skill and stamina advancements show the TXP required for your PC to increase their skill bonuses or staminas. When you get a bonus, choose one of the following options. Increase 2 skill bonuses by 1 to a maximum of +1 or +2. Increase your max stamina, so you do get hit point increases, by 4. And you get one of the options. Increase 2 skills by +1. Increase your stamina by +4 max, or increase 1 skill bonus by +1 and get +2 to your stamina. So basically it's like you get like an ASI or a feat, or you get like one of those feats that's like half a feat, half an ASI. Now, so you get the first bonus at 100. Then we get the second bonus at 500, then 1250, then 2250, then 3,500, then 5,000, and then it goes up then it's 5,000 at increments after that. The characteristic advance table shows the TXP, that's total experience points gained ever, required for your PC to increase one of their characteristics by 1 to a maximum of 3. If all of your characteristics are 3, when you get this bonus, you get 4 stamina instead. So I guess the idea here is you just buy traits, right? You just buy feats. And as you get more, which, by the way, I like, because it means that you don't have to pick between buffing your stats or taking cool traits. Forbidden Lands actually has this problem, because in Forbidden Lands, you have to choose between taking, increasing your skills or increasing your, whatever the fuck they're called. Let's see here. I can never remember what they're called. Talents. So in Forbidden Lands, you have to choose between increasing your skills or increasing your talents. Talents are a lot more fun, but skills are just like, your bonus go up. So while this game is cool, like, it's kind of like, I'd rather just take the talent. So anyways, so I like this because it basically means you spend your XP on talents, but then as you get more and more XP, just total over the time, that's how you'll get the stamina choice. Yeah, I think everybody picks talents in Forbidden Lands. So what's nice about this is you don't have to choose. You just get it. Now, granted, don't get me wrong, when you get a bonus, like, do you want to increase your hit points, your stamina, or do you want to increase your skills? That's a choice. That's a real choice, for sure. So same thing with characteristic bonuses, right? Like, again, you don't have to pick between, hey, do I want to take, because like, let's call it what it is. Okay. ASIs are really fucking boring, right? They're just really boring, but they're also probably technically the strongest choice most of the time, because you're rolling ability scores all the time. So in this case, at 5,000, you get to increase 1. At 15,000, you get to increase a second one. And then it happens every 15,000 after that point. So like, yeah, that's interesting. So pretty lean. Yeah. So if your PC dies and you make a new PC to take their place in the same campaign, you can roll on the background table an additional number of times equal to your dead PC's number of bonuses on the skill, and choose any background from the results that you get. So basically, if you have a more advanced character, you at least get some choices over what background you get. If all of the crows in your party have 5,000 or more total XP when you create a new PC, your character will lag significantly behind the others in terms of power and survivability. This imbalance is a fun challenge for some players to offset with caution, equipment, and clever tactics. The disparity doesn't last that long, which I agree. Because remember, once we get to, like, let's say we have 5,000, right? So the first time you play, right, like the group needs to get 5,000 treasure in order to level up. Actually, it gets split by the total number of PCs, but whatever. You got to get 5,000 to get another advancement. So like the group might get 2,000 or 3,000 per player in a single session. So your new character at the end of the first session might get 1, 2, 3, 4 bonuses and be 500 away from their next one, right? So like you could get like 3 or 4 bonuses in the first session back. I find that to be kind of cool. That's the same kind of concept as, like basically, when you die, you get to make a new character and then you get to level them up really quickly. I think that's cool, me personally. But anyways, I digress. And they're trying to sell you on that in this sidebar here. Anyways, when you finish a rest, you can spend XP to buy 1 or more traits. You can only purchase a starting trait on a trait tree or trait connected by a line to another trait you have on a tree. So that's how traits work. So we've got These are trees. We have an alchemy tree, an alteration tree, an archery tree, an armor tree, a bashing tree, benefaction, blacksmithing, camping, chopping, conjuration element. So it looks like there's one for each skill plus, or like one for each weapon skill, one for each spellcasting skill, and then just some generic random other stuff. So here is the alchemy tree. So at the top, we have midnight oil, it burns, and potent potion. Okay. This is very Cosmere-like, I agree. So you can see that they cost 500 for the starting line. So we could start with Midnight Oil, Potent Potables. Yeah, Star Wars RPG too. Yeah. When you work on crafting an alchemy item as part of the craft equipment rest activity, you can make 2 crafting rolls for an item or make a second crafting roll for a different alchemy item. So basically we work faster, right? We burn the midnight oil. It burns! Acids and poisons you craft deal additional damage equal to twice your mind. Bombs you craft deal additional damage equal to your mind. It's interesting that it's kind of cool that like you actually make better potions and acids or bombs and acids. Like in theory, you could give them to somebody else and they would still do the most damage. It's not like, oh, they only do this. And then potent potion, healing potions you craft restore additional stamina equal to your mind or remove an additional wound if the drinker is already at full stamina. And then we can see that like midnight oil leads to alchemy epiphany, whereas both potent potion and it burns lead to big boom and lasting brew. So let's see here. Or you could just get all the starting ones. I'll be honest with you. Like, I don't mind this at all, by the way. I don't hate talent trees, or I'm sorry, I don't mind feat trees when you spend XP to get them. I don't like them when you have to level up, if that makes any sense. Spending XP to go down this line, I think is cool. But when you're tying it to like level, I think it's annoying. So I actually like this system a lot. And the fact that there are this many trees and the game hasn't even launched yet is pretty cool. I like that each one has 12. That seems really good. Like there's 4 levels and they all go 500, 1,000, 1,500, 2. So if we wanted to go all in on a tree, it'd be 1,500 plus 3,000 plus 4,500 plus 6K. So just going all in on one tree costs 15,000 XP. And at 15,000 XP, you will also have just reached sort of, you know, that major milestone of your second bonus. And you will have gotten your your second advancement, and you'll have gotten your 9th skill/stamina advancement. So, I don't know. That seems pretty cool. And that's just one tree. And so there's always that great question, like, do you want to go, you know, hard into armor and, you know, be saving up for the next 1,500, be saving up for the next 2,000, or do you want to spread out? And do you want to do some 500 XP ones in bashing, pick up a couple in armor, maybe pick up one in benefaction? Oh, that's a great question. What tree did our miner start with? Does anybody remember? Or what talent? Scavenging. The scavenging tree. The scavenging tree. Say that 10 times fast. Where's the scavenging tree? Did they not give us the scavenging tree? What the hell? Wait, that's not even a tree. What the fuck was it called? Lasting light. All right. Well, apparently, oops, that is the One Ring. Okay, apparently they didn't include this. Oh, leverage. Oops. Okay. I guess it's called leverage, but anyways, point is, it's not called scavenging. So anyways, not really a typo, just a completely different name. When you carry a mundane light source, its usage dice maximum increases by 1. Close some tabs, you monster. No, I need them open at all times so that because I'm not even kidding. Because when I go back to Stone Top, I need to know where we are in Stone Top. And then if I'm playing the One Ring, I need to know where I'm at. And then if I'm making my monster for Fabula Ultima, I need to know where my monster is for Fabula Ultima. And then if I'm playing BXD&D, I need to know what I'm doing for BXD&D. All right. Anyways. Oh, no, I don't think it was scavenging plus lasting light. I don't think so. See, it looks like it's a colon. Yeah, I think they just changed the name of it. That's all. Or, I mean, it's alpha. I mean, it's fine. The beggar, for example, starts with more for less. When you roll a usage die for a piece of mundane equipment that only has 1 die remaining at the start of the rolling the item's dice, then you can only lose the usage die on a roll of 1. I don't know. That's a great question. Let's find out. All right, Stone Top closed. Let me open Stone Top. Somehow it's already not in my recent entries. Well, I don't use Adobe. I use... oh, you know what? And I can't even do that because my Stone Top is inside of a zip file, and I never extracted it. Hey, thank you, Hootie, for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. 12-month streak. Hot fire. Love it. I use Sumatra because Adobe is way too, just horrible. Anyways, so here's the thing. Number one, you could randomly roll this and this is your character, but you don't ever have to go down this trait ever. Like you could start off as a beggar and then just go into armor and go into spell casting. You could be whatever you want. You don't have to do this. Just because you start here doesn't mean that you have to, do that. Secondly, if like the idea of like your your lantern lasting a long time doesn't excite you, well, you're probably playing the wrong game. But anyways, so organ harvester, half portions. You do not need a bedroll or bed or soft surface to sleep. So anyways, so here's necromancy. We have the whole pet tree, the reputation tree. This was like for pimping out your this is what the noble starts off with, call daddy. Choose a merchant in your village. When you need to roll for an item's availability from that merchant, the AO increases by 5%. You can change your choice of merchant once every cycle. Sting! Thank you.
Sting 57 tipped $40.
Showing some love for CROWS. CROWS takes the lead. I'm not going to lie. I mean, obviously I'm trying to remain unbiased here, but at this point in time in my life, I would rather play CROWS than draw steel. So if I had to pick between which one was winning, like Sting, I would pick CROWS. I think this is really interesting and cool. I think this is neat. The idea of exploring this and these talent trees, this advancement procedure. Yeah, the real time thing is a little wonky, but you know what? Well, that's what excites me the most, Wes. What if we get something just as cool for this? with like a really cool, awesome, inventory management overlay UI. That would be pretty sweet. To be fair, yeah, it's the alpha version. I'm sure they just threw. See, unlike like the way I would do an alpha version, I would be like, well, I have to play test the game till it's complete before I can alpha test it. They're just like, just stick it in there, But Ivory Tower in game design basically means that there are good choices and there are bad choices. There's a way to make a good character and there's a way to make a bad character, and the game doesn't really put any safety rails on it. In fact, the game wants you to be able to be good at the game. And part of the way of being good at the game is knowing what are the good skills, what are the good talents, and what are the bad talents. And so it is possible to build a bad character by making poor choices. That's what Ivory Tower design means in TTRPGs. The Codex. Nice. We could call it the Rookery. That'd be cool. They'll call it something like the Murder or something, or they'll call it the Rookery or something. Anyways, but like part of it is that what I'm getting here is that like what's fun about sleeping on the floor. What's fun about sleeping on the floor is that it takes a fundamental premise of the game and says it no longer applies to you. Right? And that's probably why it is at the end of the tier of the game, because this takes a kind of an assumption that is made in D&D games. D&D does this all the time, but it does it really early in your career because you start off as like zeros and then you go into fighting gods in space. And because you're going from 0 to fighting gods in space, you never worry about a bedroll, because by the time that this would ever even come up or matter, your character is summoning Liamon's tiny huts and your character is teleporting to their hotel in, Waterdeep or whatever, or Absalom every night to get a sleep, whatever. So like that type of stuff doesn't matter because the escalation of the game means that it doesn't matter. Whereas in this game, theoretically, your character will still need a bedroll and will still need a soft place to sleep even after you've been playing the game for 6 months or 12 months. And so not only does it give you the advantage of not having to worry about it if your bedroll gets to like you could be playing the game for a long time and then something happens, due to a roll of the dice or a random encounter, and like a bunch of people lose their bedrolls. That, according to this game, you can no longer sleep or you can no longer rest. Flat, period. There's no exception. Right? And so suddenly it's like, oh, so we can't get any stamina back. Correct. Get good. I guess you're all going to die here because you don't have bedrolls or because your bedrolls got destroyed. You rolled a doom and, now the party only has 3 bedrolls amongst the 5 of you. You guys, I guess you guys better figure it out. So like, now there's a lot of people who are like, oh, that sounds so horrible and terrible. Yeah, because you like heroic superhero RPGs, So again, I don't, maybe there's a way to craft one. I'm not saying that you're like completely fucked. I'm just saying that does the hard work of that. Additionally, we don't know, or we could maybe we can look it up here. It could be a 2-slot item. Okay, it's not, but it does only, it takes up one of your 10 slots for, the whole thing. Anyways, I like these talent trees. I like the number of them. I like how long they are. I like the way that they're connected. This is a little boring because it just goes straight down, but whatever. I could tell some of these, they haven't really figured, some of these are clearly not really figured out yet because they just kind of just go straight down. They're just kind of boring, but obviously they've done more work on some. Again, it's alpha. Okay. Money. An inventory slot can hold one purse that holds up to 500 gold coins. Yada, yada. Future notes about hirelings and vehicles will be in future playtests. Here's all our prices. Armor. So, like, for example, if you want heavy armor, it gives you 15 points of extra stamina. Basically, it gives you 15 points of absorption. But it takes up 4 of your 10 slots. And again, this may not really mean anything to you who haven't played these type of games, but if you ask any of the people who played in my Torchbearer campaign last year, you'll know that just, managing your inventory just so that you can carry the loot back to town in this game, just so that you can get experience points. I mean, think about it this way. Imagine the GM drops a 10,000 gold statue, which means you're each going to get like 2,500 experience points. And that's like going to basically give you all, a trait. But no one can carry it unless you start dropping your armors and shield. Are you going to drop your armor and shield so that you can carry back a big ass statue to town? That, again, some people are like, that's the lamest type of the imaginable question. Well, there is a group of people who find that to be compelling. But again, it's not heroic fantasy role play. We're gonna, we're not gonna fight God in space. Now it's interesting that you said that, you said it was inventory management was always a problem in Torchbearer. Yes, you guys did that, correct? I'm sure dozens of people. There are dozens of us, dozens. And then of course it wouldn't be, we got a upgraded armor. We've got extremely expensive stuff that adds more bonus to it, and all this other stuff. And again, it's an alpha version. I'm not too picky about it, but. And here's what it requires. We got some. You need hide of a large undead creature to make an undead bone armor. We got different equipment items and crafting stuff. We got armor enchantments. Looks like you can collect hearts, brains, blood, and hides. Yeah. And here are our weapons. Now, again, we know that the damage is determined by rolling. It's 2 plus your agility or strength, or 1 plus your agility or strength. So I'm curious what the different weapons do. So if we look at bashing, why would we ever use a maul? I'm not sure. And again, there's some people who don't want to bother with this. There's other people who, for some odd, I'm one of them, by the way. I think it's cooler when you, I think monster part systems are cool. Well, that's what I'm saying. The maul doesn't have any extra reach. And it is pummeling and pummeling. So, yeah. So I get, but so does the mace. I guess that's true. We could go look at the card. All right. Here is the mace. It has bashing and pummeling. If you want to make it, you need blacksmithing of at least +1. And bashing is a skill. You need an iron bar. Oh, okay. Okay. I thought the game made it seem like the damage was the core rulebook made it seem like you had static damage. But no, look, every damage is different. Okay. So never mind. Yeah, the maul does 4 and 8 plus strength. And the mace does 3 and 6 plus strength. Now, what I do have a problem with is that a mace takes 1 iron bar, and a maul takes 1 iron bar. Come on, it's giant. It's a giant mace. Also, I like that the card itself is double slot wide. That's nice. Come on, this should be at least 2 iron bars. It says 2d10 plus on all these because, Monk Tor, you are almost certainly 100,000% correct. I was probably looking at barehanded. That's like the default unarmed damage. You are 100% right, Monk Tor. I bet you that's exactly it. So you do 1 plus strength base damage. Yeah, that's probably exactly right. It says 2d10 plus because that's what you roll to attack. I mean, Adam. I mean, Stonetop does that. Dungeon World does that. So, you know. The first, I mean, that Dungeon World was the first game I saw, I think, that did that. Well, no, because think about it this way. Well, this way you know what you're rolling. I mean, everything is 2d10, but this way you know what you're rolling. Oh, it makes sense to me. Like, writing attribute takes up as much space as writing 2d10. So why not just put 2d10? That's what I guess my thought process would be. You did hear monster parts roll for combat. You did. We were looking at what you need to do. Yeah, so what maces do? They all have pummeling. What the fuck does pummeling do? Pummeling. If you get a tier 3 result, that's it's not a crit. Crit is if you roll nat 19, right? So that's a 17 or higher or something. When an attack made with this weapon against a creature who is your size or smaller, you can push them 1 square. When you crit on an attack with this weapon, you can knock a target of your size or smaller prone. You know, I found that TTRPG players seem to be allergic to symbols. I don't know why, but they seem to hate symbols. They just want everything to be text and ideally buried in paragraphs of quasi flavor text. I don't know why it is, but that seems to be their preferred, you know, their preferred outcome. Like what's interesting here. Let me show you. I'm going to show you a Magic the Gathering card. Okay. No, weird. Okay, so this is a great example. I'm going to show you this Magic the Gathering card. Okay, so this is a Magic the Gathering card. It's a Bear Druid. Now, it has 2 abilities. It says Death Touch. Now, Death Touch is what they call a keyword, which is basically means that there's a very limited number of ability words in Magic the Gathering that they basically say, we don't need to tell you what this does because you're supposed to know it. And Death Touch is one of them. Okay, it doesn't have the rules text on it. But then it says this creature enters prepared. And it says prepared. And then in parentheses, it says, what does prepare mean? So, and they do this for every card in this set that says prepared. And they tell you it's prepared, but then they tell you exactly what prepared means every single time. So realistically, they don't need this to say this, right? So prepared is what they call just reminder text. It doesn't actually do anything, but it's so that when anyone picks up this card, they're not going to know what prepared means. And then you know what it means because it tells you what it does on the card. Then, after you've played the game for a while and you start to internalize what prepared means, you'll start using that term, prepared, every time you use it, instead of calling it, saying what it does. Perhaps an even better example of this is this card, Echo Casting Symposium, says target player creates a token that's a copy of target creature control. And then it says paradigm. Now, paradigm is an ability keyword, which the rules text for is way the fuck longer than paradigm. There are only 5 spells in this set that have paradigm, and paradigm has never been used before. So there are only 5 cards in all of Magic the Gathering history that have paradigm, but they still gave it a name because you could imagine them getting rid. They don't need this to say paradigm. Okay, they could just say target player creates a token that's a copy of target creature you control, period. Then exile this spell. After you first resolve a spell with this name, you may cast a copy of it from exile without paying its mana cost at the beginning of each of your turns. They don't need to call it paradigm, but they call it paradigm, even though every time they call it paradigm, they give you the entire rules text. So it's this Magic the Gathering templating, which is kind of similar. But it's like, tell them what it does, but then also give them a name that is technically extraneous. But that way, after you play it for a while, you could just be like, oh, it's paradigm. I know what it means. I think it's really good, is what it comes down to. So this is another example of this from the current set. This is called reminder text. So repartee, and then it has the M dash. Repartee has no mechanical meaning. It's not a keyword, okay, and it's not an ability, okay. So paradigm is a keyword. It is an ability. Okay. It's a keyword. Okay. But this repartee is not. Repartee is just reminder. Realistically, what this card really says is vigilance. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, create a 1/1 white and black inkling token creature with flying. The repartee is just there so that you give that thing a name and refer to it, but it doesn't actually mean a name. So it's a really weird, but it trust me, it helps. It works for what it does. Anyways, moving back to this. So anyways, that's what pummeling does. Basically, pummeling is if you get the best result, you push them. If you get a crit, you knock them prone. It kind of sounds like Pathfinder 2. There you go. That's a better way to say it. Keywords are game elements. Reminder text is not. Correct. And there's a pet shop. You can buy a goat for 10 gold. We got some crafting mats. I want to buy an Archmage. WTB 10X Archmage Obsidian Bar. WTT Hickory Log. Need pots. Message please. I don't see pony. Goat. You could have like a storage goat. There's an auction house in the village. Sick. All right, so let's get to the village. Crows die and retire, but their village remains. So again, this is I think a key element for these that I think a lot of these old school games are missing. Which again, games like Trespasser and stuff kind of figured out. Which is this: if you're going to have characters that can die quickly, you need to give them something. You need to have it be like a roguelike where they die, but like their next character is even better. And most old school games don't really do that. So in this game, this is sort of they're kind of taking this modern approach. Well, again, we've seen it in Trespasser, Heroic. We've seen it in a bunch of games, where you basically are working to upgrade your village, so that way your characters not only have an easier go of it, but in theory, your next character will also have an easier go of it, right? And that way, even when your character dies, the village remains as this sort of improved, thing that is really cool. So, invest in your village, and it's like Stone Top. It's just like Stone Top. So anyways, prosperity, that might even be the number from Stone Top, I don't know, is representation of how happy economically and well off your people of your village are. Your village is doing 0, which is average. It's not amazing. It's not terrible. It's probably the same thing as like your stats, right? They go from -5 to +5. Oh, never mind. The highest village can go as 10, and it can go as low as -10. Village cycles are 10 days long. At the beginning of the game, your village contains blacksmith, crypt, general store, inn, temple. As a group, choose one other institution already established in your village. All of these institutions are first level. Then come up with a name for your group. So every 10 days in-game, not out of game, the new institutions get established and upgraded, and merchants restock. At the end of every 10-day village cycle, the ref rolls for an event that occurs during the next village cycle, which happens whether the PCs are there or not. This event impacts the village or the PCs in some ways. If the village has a higher prosperity, it is likely to be a boon. And if it is the lower the prosperity, the more likely the event is to have a negative impact. Why not just call it bone? Because that's what your apparent opposite is. Please note the village event table will have more events. So they're just saying it's pretty small. So you have to make a check to see if an item is available. You can sell your item and get the amount of gold that you get for the item is based off of the prosperity of your town. So if you have a prosperity 10 village, you get 70%. If you have -10, you only get 30%. You can also, some institutions called artisans can provide crafting services for the PC. So you can pay to have them sort of start making you an item and crafting it. Here's a village event table. I'm assuming it's what you sell it for, Cinnabos. So, for example, you roll D10 plus the village's prosperity. If you get a -9, a monster attack will destroy one of the institutions, right? So you come back and you're like, oh, the blacksmith got destroyed or the general store got destroyed. A lot of this stuff reads a lot like some of our mega games, like events for next month, for this week's, gameplay. And so on and so forth. Institutions have a founding price. This is how much you pay to establish an institution. It doesn't start operating until the start of the next village cycle. What services are available? Each institution also has a level that increases when you pay to advance it. And an institution advancement table shows the price to increase the level and the benefits that come from increasing the level. When you pay to upgrade, it doesn't start operating at its new level until the next cycle. So we've got alchemist, auction house. There is an auction house. We've got barracks, blacksmith, booksellers, crypts. So this is one that I heard about from the James Intricasso's YouTube today. So you start with a crypt. When a crow dies during an adventure, their remains can be brought to the crypt and interred here. When the crow is interred, their player, the player of the dead PC, picks a boon from the list below. Once per cycle, that's once every 10 in-game days, the dead crow can instill upon another crow who prays at their grave to a boon. A crow can only benefit from one boon at a time, and only one crow can have that dead crow's boon. If you already have a boon and pray for another, the new one replaces the old one. Expending a boon requires no action. After you expend the boon, you no longer have it. So, again, like when you die, you might give your crypt and your dead PC, the boon of disappearance. You can use this boon to become invisible for a number of rounds equal to the crypt's level. The boon of greed, the boon of knowledge, the boon of fury to do additional damage. And again, you can level up the boon, or you can level up the crypt. So like you're basically your dead PCs become future buffs for the party. So here's a general store, which you start with. You can buy and sell any mundane equipment that isn't weapons or armor. They buy but don't sell gems and art objects. The availability of objects depends on their quality. They have standard, fine, and masterwork. Buy 3, get 1. When the general store is 5th level and the village's prosperity is 10, whenever you buy 3 rations, 3 oil paints, or 3 torches, you get 1 additional one for free. The general store advancement table shows the availability of items based off of their quality. So at level 1, you have no chance for fine or masterwork. At level 2, you have a 20% chance. At level 3, 40, 60, 80, and then 20%, 40%, 60%. And if you get all the way to level 5, you get the buy 3, get 1 special. Level up the stables. And again, it all costs money. And of course, the question is, why are the PCs being the one? It's why do the PCs have to invest in the town? Why can't the town invest in the town? Again, there are some people, look, some people just want to play Gloomhaven, but tell themselves they're playing a role-playing game. Okay? And that's what this game is. That's it. Full stop. Now, what this game is missing, see this? What a missed opportunity. If Final Fantasy and MMOs have taught us anything, you need to have a Pimp My Home feature so that players can pimp out their home. All right. If your PC ever reaches 50,000 or more total XP, you can retire them to the village. If you do, your PC becomes an NPC and no longer delves into dungeons. You can give your equipment to a worthy successor, perhaps a new PC you create or one of the other CROWS that you adventure along. A retired PC gives up the dangerous life of dungeon delving. When you retire to the town, choose one of the following benefits that the town gains. If you have 100,000 or more total XP, you can get to choose 2. Note, more retirement benefits will be in the future. You know, it's funny. We were talking about you the whole stream, and I said, Tundalus sometimes goes into he goes dark for a while. We don't see him, and we were talking at length about Trespasser. I was like, oh, this is just like Shadows, or it's similar in theory to Shadows. And we were talking about how Trespasser is the only game that is sort of doing this right now. So, for example, if you got to 50,000 XP, you could retire your PC, and the village would get your best steward ever. Your retired PC becomes the steward of an institution in the village. That institution always operates as if the village's prosperity is 10. Or you could become a crow daddy. Your retired PC is sure to give helpful tips to new crows. Choose one starting trait that your retired PC knows. When you or another player create a new PC from the village, that PC gets to start with that trait in addition to any other traits they start with. A new PC with 0 TXP can start with a maximum of 3 traits. So basically, you literally can, you can twink out your future PCs. There's a generous benefactor. There's a whole table that's supposed to go here. Okay, here we go. Master Mentor. Choose up to 3 traits that your retired PC knows. Other PCs can learn these traits from your retired PC, making them cost half as much XP as they normally do. So what I would actually do with this is I would make it so that maybe instead pick one if there's like a talent tree that your PC has like 10 or more in, like because there's 12, right? There's 12 talents per tree. So like if there was a talent tree that you had 10 or more, then you pick that talent tree and basically you'll train them in any of those and you get like, this. Anyways, or maybe your PC is like a really good crafter. Your retired PC goes to work at an artisan institution. That institution gains an additional +5 bonus to the crafting rolls. So note that if your group or if your town had like a pimp, like alchemist institution, right? And you got it all the way to level 5, it gives you a +5 bonus to craft checks when you use the alchemist in town. If you had a max level alchemist PC retire, that would be a +5 on top of that. They'd be rolling +10. I think, I'm pretty sure. I mean, as written, it's alpha rules. But anyways, point is, you might, again, for people who played Gloomhaven, right, there was this literal mechanic in the game that your character would reach a certain point and retire. And some people hated that, and some people loved it. And I'm one of those people that would love it. Anyways, awesome. That's cool. Oh, that's cool. I would love to pimp out of town. I think that's really cool. All right, the last thing we're going to look at before we dip out is real quick, we're going to look at monsters. Monsters fall into 6 types. Angels, blood creatures, okay. Like I think that should just be called like blood beasts or something. Anyways, demons, plants, undead, unique. That's it. Monster is used to refer to anything that is not a human or an animal. Monsters don't have slots. They die when they get to 0. They don't take wounds. You don't do any of that nonsense. Monsters have a special sense that means darkness and dim light imposes no penalty to them. Again, only monsters. So here's animals. We don't really care about animals. We got apparently this only has enough monsters for you to use. So they don't have skeletons because it only has enough monsters to use for the dungeon. But anyways, so here's a monster stat block. A creep or a spindle claw. Melee +1, 2 damage or 3 damage, 5 stamina, 6 speed. Here's a little bit more of a complex creature, a blood spider. It has a bite or a tendril, and if it gets a tier 3 result on a tendril attack against a medium or smaller target, the target is grabbed. While the target is grabbed this way, the creature's bite attack deals an additional 2 damage to them, and this creature can use a maneuver to deal 2 damage to the target. And then we have a blood brute, which does up to 8 damage right off the rip. It does not look... Well, again, there's literally 3 monsters. But to be clear, the game does not say that you will never fight humans. It simply says monster specifically refers to creatures that are not human or animal. So we have... Again, I'm getting kind of a Diablo vibe from it, right? Like where you're going to fight angels, demons, horrific animated necromantic plants, undead, or blood-bound ravenous creatures. Like everything is kind of warped and twisted, It kind of has like a I'm getting strong I wouldn't call this an Elden, like a Dark Souls game. I get it, but I am getting kind of strong like sanctuary vibes from it, right? From the Diablo perspective. And that's it. That's all we have for monsters, unfortunately. Pretty minimal here. Is damn meant for shorthand? Yeah, 3 damage, I imagine. Yeah, damage. I don't know Bloodborne, but I'll have to trust. I mean, there's literally a creature that I suggested should be called Blood Beast or Bloodborne. So maybe Bloodborne is maybe a strong thing here. Amalgamations of flesh and fluid of animals and humans. Blood creatures are held together by the same magic that makes them ravenous for the flesh of other creatures. So yeah. Like I said, it also comes with a dungeon adventure, which again we're not gonna go into in case people do want to run it. There's a list of inventory cards. There's a list of loot cards from the adventure. Another list of inventory cards for some reason. The cheat sheet, which is what we started with, and your inventory slots, which have your backpack slots, your neck, gloves, boots, waist, ring, and head. Keep in mind those are only for magic items. You have your 2 belt slots, and then you have your hand 1 and hand 2. I like that the unarmed strike is there by default, right? Until you put the when you put your weapon over it, it equips it. So there you go. So you got hand. These are for your 6 magic item slots. Armor and shields and all that other stuff go in your backpack, and you also have 2 slots on your belt. And that's it. This is your inventory sheet. What is interesting is there's no character sheet. Unless I missed it. Maybe they forgot to give a character sheet? Could be wrong. But it doesn't look like there's a character sheet. Interesting. No, I've got all the PDFs here from the download. All right. So, oh, that's my, oh, you know what? He's back. Hey, look, everybody. It's me. Hey, it's Derek. There. Up. Controlling this is a pain in the ass. There he is. There's the Zeus. Your XP total, your stamina, your stats, all of your skills, of which there could be many. I mean, I guess from a perspective of like, I mean, assuming you're gonna all of, your talents, your traits, I don't know. I mean, I think this game looks cool. Now, to be clear, I mean, it really does seem like a combination of all those games that we said before and just kind of mixed together and, I mean, the MCDM system, the 2D10 thing it's just PBTA. It's PBTA, but without like the concept of the GM being empowered to directly affect the narrative in a way of their choosing in line with an agenda, right? There's an idea of PBTA that is a bit more guided towards a narrative. That doesn't mean getting your storyline across. It's more guided towards creating dramatic, narrative, agenda appropriate, actions. This doesn't seem to have that, but it is, kind of fundamentally based around that. And again, there's a lot of stuff here that we've seen from Karn, from Knave, from Torchbearer, from old school games, and whatever. That's a great question. I don't know. No, that's picture in picture. That's not it. Discard. I don't know. Yes. Samuel Ward. That's for you. Let's try this.
Strong!
All right. Boom. Look at that. That is awesome. Cool. Very neat. Where is it? There we go. Okay. I don't want that to be... No. Oh, that's what I did. I did that. That was wrong. There we go. Yeah, so I can like... I can be like, oh, yeah, here's my dice roll. And then I can be like, back to Zeus. All right. Yeah, I can set up to 3. I can set up to 3 presets, which is pretty cool. Anyways, oh, nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, to be clear, this isn't like an especially great camera. I mean, the camera is literally like this big. I mean, it's a really good camera for what it is. It's an OBSBot Tiny 3, but it's not like a tail. Like a tail is like a $1,500 PTZ camera. I bought this just so I could, when I'm streaming on the road, I used to use my laptop's little camera, which was really shitty. And I think it was like 720p. I mean, this is at least theoretically 4K, and I just wanted a better camera. And I also wanted something that I could maybe use AI tracking for, like so I could set up a tripod and then move around like at a convention or whatever like that. But it was just sitting in my travel case, not doing anything. And I thought, oh, I'll just connect it because I've got this new top-down mount for my microphone. I was like, oh, I'll just connect it and use it for something. So anyway, it's not great. It's not like I mean, it's like $500-600. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's not like a really good camera. Yeah, this is really interesting. You know what? I might try to run this. I might try to run this at NightCon. I might put this on the schedule. I've been kind of waiting because I've been trying to be flexible. I just want to let other people kind of, fill their schedule in and do stuff. And I haven't really like signed up to run anything. Also, I didn't want to overdo it because like I'm going to be running around a lot, putting out fires. There's going to be 40 people there, that I'm going to be dealing with, and getting everybody their merch and their swag and the badges and all this other stuff. So the only thing I really committed to playing was the Blighted Reach campaign for ARCs for the board game, which it should take 2 sessions. And then, but yeah. Did they explain what any of the spells do? Yes, we just kind of skipped it. Here, because it's just equipment. Here we go. Minor healing. Benefaction. It has 1 usage die. It's melee range. Targets 1 creature. Duration instantaneous. Regains stamina. 1 plus your mind, 2 plus your mind, or 4 plus your mind. Minor blessing. So all of the basic books have 1 usage die. Looks like. So they're not quite one and done. 250 gold coins purchase price. Yes. And again, remember, anybody I think can use these. You just have to make you don't need the skill. I don't think. I don't think. No. They're not one. They're not. Okay. So the rest here means that usage die regenerates when you take a rest. So it's not literally 1 use. No. But what I mean is, like, if your fighter, I mean, unless there was something we missed, but like if your fighter had a minor healing book in their backpack, it takes up one slot, and they could cast it. They would make a benefaction casting roll, and obviously they might not have any bonus. And so they're going to roll 2d10, and I think that's how that works. Yep, it's a mind test. Doesn't look like you need to have it doesn't look like you need to have the skill in order to use it. I wouldn't be surprised if it said you did, but I don't see anything there that says that you don't have to do that. So I don't know. It could be wrong, but it could be wrong. Yeah, I don't say anything. No bonus means more T1 triggering chaos. Right. Yeah, you're more likely to cause problems, Monctor, for sure. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Because if you don't have any bonus, like let's say your mind score is +0, well, then, you know, you're going to roll 11 or less. What is it, like 65% of the time or something? I don't exactly remember what it is, like, you know, how that odds would break down, but it'd be pretty often. Now, granted, you'd still heal somebody, you know. You'd heal for somebody for one point of stamina. But you know, that chaos is going up. And remember too, what's nice about that is it's a party chaos factor, right? So if, you know, you can't just go, oh, let the fighter do a bunch of shitty minor healing spam, and then they just won't cast spells for the rest of the session or something, right? If you're trying to cheat the game and having a bunch of people who are bad at spell casting cast spells, eventually it's just going to cause a miscast even for your higher level people, because it's just going to eat up a bunch of miscasts for everybody, you know? So, I don't know. Seems pretty cool. I don't know. I think it looks neat. I think it looks really cool. I'm actually kind of, you know, I'm actually kind of excited. I think this game looks really neat. It feels a bit like Torchbearer to me, which I love, just with maybe a little bit more focus on, you know, town building, and a little bit more less on, you know, having personality. And I mean, it feels kind of like Darkest Dungeon. It feels like Darkest Dungeon meets Final Fantasy Tactics, right? You know, so. Oh, I think Trespasser is much more of a role-playing game. I think if someone wanted to say that this game felt board gamey, I would not even correct you. Normally I'm all like, no. Like, Trespasser is definitely much more of a role-playing game with, you know, role-playing game elements. And at the very least, Trespasser isn't putting a gun to your head and saying, you better get this shit done right now. If you want to get this bonus, go, 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 go. What are you doing? What are you waiting for? What did I tell you? Go, go. Your intensity's for shit. Go. Which I'm not saying that it's going to feel like you have a gun put against your head when you play this game, but it might, you know. So, yeah, maybe I'll give CROWS a run at the old NightCon coming up here in 3 weeks, 2 days. I posted a list of the list of games that we have up so far. You know, it's like 30 odd games or something like that. And people were like, "Oh my God, that's such a list. That's such an awesome list." And I'm like, "I know, our community's so great. It's so cool." And that's not even ever all the games yet. You know, there's still people putting up stuff. I got to put my games. I got to decide what I want to run. Again, I don't want to overdo it. I have a tendency to, you know, shocking. I have a tendency to, you know, overpromise, underdeliver. It's just because I get so excited, you know. And in my world, I'm like, oh, I want to run this, and I want to run that, and I want to run this. It'd be so fun to play with everybody. Blah, blah, blah. But it's like, you know, between logistics and putting out fires and having to be in charge of everything. Bob doesn't have this problem. Bob was number one. Bob, who is, part of the Night's Last Call, the institution. The first thing he did was like, I'm going to play this game. And then when patrons were opening up games, he was like, oh, I'm taking a slot. I'm stealing a slot. But it's like, Bob, let the patrons who are paying take the slots first. But, Bob, all gas, no brakes. So anyways, I figured I'll be the opposite of Bob. I'll show some restraint. I didn't pick those titles. I mean, those are all games that people are running that everyone signed up for. Those are what other people are running. Yeah, we have about 40 people coming, give or take, with our own private room. With I think we're going to have somewhere between, I think we're going to have 6 or 8 tables. I don't know. We'll probably have 8 tables, and then we'll probably bring some extra ones that we can put on the side, because we're going to have snacks, and we're going to have drinks and food and all that stuff. Yeah, Bob is definitely the epitome of fuck it, we bought. That's why I love Bob, He's very much the opposite of me in that regard. Yeah. It depends on what you mean by RP. As in, are you playing a role-playing game? Yes. I mean, it has as much RP as 99% of every other role-playing game that ever existed. I don't know if that's what you mean. If I like leaving my house, NightCon would be so fun. Yeah, that's fair, Edward. And to be clear, NightCon, one of the reasons we're doing it at Origins is because I don't want people to feel like, they have to spend all their time there. Some people might want to go play, with strangers and play, games that we're not running, that's fine, because it's still it's actually at a bigger convention, it's at Origins, which has 20,000 people or something. And there's also the big dealer hall, and you can go buy stuff and demo games, and there's a lot of cool stuff to do. And by the way, people are going to be bringing board games as well and all this other stuff. But that's the reason why, though, the community games that we run on our Discord are so important to me, because the fact of the matter is, we can only do this probably once a year anyway. So most of the gaming that's ever going to occur is going to be, people at home playing from home, which I appreciate. Yeah, exactly. It has as much RP as BX D&D, and look at all the stories that came from that. If you haven't been if you haven't been following along with me, I've been reading all these great, great play logs, game logs from, 15 years ago, and that's just people playing BX. It depends on what you mean by role-playing, and what does role-playing mean to you. To me, role-playing games is a collaborative experience activity in which we generate experiences. For me, role-play has nothing to do with being in character. Role-play has nothing to do with talking in a funny voice. Role play has nothing to do with, your character arc. It has nothing to do with immersion. Role playing for me is a much broader and more involved hobby than that very limited, narrow definition. So. Right. Also, a lot of people call, it was a role play encounter. And I think what they mean for that is a social encounter. So yeah, which is not, I don't think that's ever been right, but, yeah. But yeah, no, the game does not have any social mechanics. And it does basically describe that you will use, conversational play to resolve that. But it also admits that it isn't important, and it doesn't, the reason why it doesn't have rules for it is not because it's trying to be like, oh, we really want to encourage you to talk in character. No, they're saying it's just not important to this game, and we don't really want to focus on it. And if it comes up and it's something that comes up, handle it just, the GM says, oh, that's a good reason. I agree with you. I'll help you out. Or if you really need to, you know, no, the game is not 4D, whatever that thing is. Yeah, it's not 4D. Now, to be clear, I don't really think there's a way to play role-playing games wrong, but I will say that playing it that way would be probably the worst experience of my life. Correct. Yeah, there's no mechanics about like the character's popularity or reaction rolls or things that are designed. It you know, and you might say, oh, well, so it's just a murder hobo slaughterfest. Okay, but what I just described is PF2. It's 5e D&D. 5e D&D doesn't have reaction rolls. Pathfinder 2 doesn't have D&D, right? You know, right, exactly. Doesn't really have social mechanics either. So, but it's what's weird about it though, Pumpkin, is it does though, right? Because it does have diplomacy and it does have a charisma stat. This game purposefully doesn't have a charisma stat because they don't want you to think that that element has been mechanicized, you know? And again, if you want to play that type of game, I think they would say that that's awesome. And I would say that's awesome. I would say go play a different game though, you know? So, well, no, it's actually what, Keiko termed the barren void. The fruitful void is a deliberate choice to not give rules, mechanics, to something that is important to the game. Okay, there's a lot of factors there, but fruitful void is, hey, this part of our game is really important. Like combat is really important to this game. It's a big part of this game. We are choosing not to put in combat mechanics. That's fruitful void. Okay. Seems kind of crazy when you say it like that, doesn't it? When you start talking about combat and you go, wait, that doesn't make any sense. Well, that's fruitful void. Mothership is all about, you know, recreating your favorite space horror alien movie. Okay. Hiding, fleeing, you know, panically stuffing yourself into a locker while the gigantic xenomorph stalks outside, its acid breath dripping just over your shoulder, right? Classics of the genre. Mothership does not have any rules for stealth. That was on purpose. So that is fruitful void. The idea, the belief, is that by not having the game handle that, it forces you to have a conversation about it instead. Now that has its own perils and pitfalls, but it has its own advantages as well. Fruitful voids have to be deliberate, and it has to be something important. If a game doesn't include rules for something, that is not fruitful void. Okay, trying to expose a game's bad design or laziness and then calling it fruitful void is not it. And I've seen a lot of people talking about that recently on certain YouTube channels. This, however, is not the fruitful void, nor is it lazy design. It is rather a deliberate attempt to say, this isn't important about our game. We aren't including any rules for it, but also we don't really want you to focus on it anyways or do it either. So yeah, just hand wave that shit and move on. So it is a very, it's in a weird way, it has the same sort of, you know, approach as fruitful void, but it's saying we're being deliberate in not including mechanics for it. We're saying we don't think, you know, having intense social interactions is a really important part of our game. So don't do it. And I mean, you might say like I'm being, you know, a little bit tongue in cheek there, but I didn't really spread it. They said specifically, social interaction isn't a focus of this game. Most of a crow's foes can't or don't want to be reasoned with. So this game is specifically saying, we're not giving you a charisma stat. We're not giving you a diplomacy skill. And quite frankly, we don't even really want you talking to people. Okay. So yeah. Now, when I say talking to people, I mean, of course, you're still going to interact with NPCs, but the idea behind an encounter means that there's something at stake, right? There's some sort of question to be answered, right? There's some sort of thing that we need, something that we need or that we want that someone else has, and we have to convince them to give it to us, or that question of will they, won't they, is one that is up in the air. How are we going to resolve this uncertainty? How are we going to resolve this tension? And this game is saying, if you're putting a lot of those type of encounters in this game, you're doing it wrong. right? Now, contrast that with, right, the One Ring. So in the One Ring, right, we have, in the One Ring, we have the council mode of play. And in the council mode of play, we are like, hey, we need something and it's important and we need to resolve it. And the game's like, yeah, we think that's important too. We think having meetings where great decisions are being made and people are lobbying for their point of view, and you know, the group of PCs, the player heroes, may want X, but the NPC wants Y, and you have to convince them to aid you in your cause, or you have to convince them that we should destroy the ring or whatever. That's an important part of this game. Here are the mechanics. This is how you resolve it. So they're saying, number one, it's important. And then number two, they're saying, and here are rules to resolve it. So these aren't, in my opinion, particularly optional. It's kind of a big part of what the game is doing. Hey, look at that. Shocking. We have a spammer on Twitch. Man. All right, there we go. Right. It's well set up to be used. You could drop this into a PF2 AP and have no problems whatsoever, because in PF2 every NPC already attacks immediately and fights to the death. So it's great. Right, it's very much the opposite of Draw Steel, right? Draw Steel, in my personal opinion, right, because it's very much inspired by Matt Colville's Chains of Acheron campaign, right? And Chains of Acheron was Matt Colville going, man, I love 4th edition D&D combat, and man, I love the political machinations of Dune, as far as I can tell. And so negotiations is this massive system in Draw Steel, because to Matt Colville's mind, what he wants out of a game is awesome grid-based superhero combat and intense political negotiations. So that's what Draw Steel is, right? This game, number one, is more James Introcasso's baby, but number two, is not that. It's not about, oh, how will we convince the blood beasts that live and let live is the best principle, but perhaps the blood beasts will be willing to cede us the good land west of the river in exchange for military support should their enemies to the south choose to push their claim on their capital city. No, it's not that. It's busting, it's creeping your way through the tomb and hopefully not dying on some horrid cursed trap that's going to steal your soul and lock it in a gem for 1,000 years while battling your way through ichor-filled blood creations. And it's like Diablo. You know, it's kind of horror. It's kind of scary. Not like modern Diablo, where you're like a superhero. I have no desire ever to play Diablo 4 or Diablo 3, where you're just like, things are exploding and there's just loot piling up all over the screen and you're just loading it all into you, and then you're teleporting back to town and dropping into your, you know, your vault or your Herodric cube or whatever it's called. Like I remember when we first talked about a vault in Dragontide, Bob, who'd only played like modern day video games, he's like, oh, so the vault has infinite space. And I went, no, it doesn't. And he goes, oh man, you have to make choices. And I went, yeah. And he's like, oh, that sucks. So like, yeah, so it's like Diablo 1 to me, you know. Diablo 2 is a little bit scarier. Your character's cool, but still very much, you know, killable, and you're not fighting. I mean, again, the games did kind of get out of pocket as time went on, but you know, it wasn't as much as Diablo became like a caricature of itself as it became in Diablo 3 and Diablo 4, you know? I mean, yeah, if you want to see a game, Adam makes a great point here. I mean, you go watch our Temeraire first look, okay? That had an entire subsystem just for ballroom dancing. And I'm not even talking about like, oh, it's accumulate enough skill, you know, it's a ballroom dancing scene, aka it's just a skill challenge where you accumulate successes versus failures. No, it was like a full ass ballroom dancing political intrigue scene where, you know, yeah, anyways. Is a blood beast intelligent? You know what? We can check. Maybe we can't. Well, we only have 3 blood creatures in this book, but this one has a mind score of -2. This one has a mind score of -1, and this creature has a mind score of 0. So this creature has at least as much mind awareness, I suppose, if you want to call it that, as a PC. But again, the game does describe them as being they know on some instinctual level that their existence is unnatural, and this knowledge drives them to feast on the flesh of humans and animals as a way to prove that they are superior and belong in this world. And to which I say, good. I mean, it's good. It's important to know what you got going for you in this world. No rules as far as, well, no, Wes, we'll just, we'll give it a slots. Okay, the bridge is 25 slots, and you apparently have to be really good. When people told me that was like actually a thing, I just didn't even know. I still don't know how to process that. And like, I was like, oh, so like, they're like small little wooden bridges. And they're like, no, they're whole ass bridges. And I was like, are the people like superhumanly strong? And they're like, no, not particularly, kinda. And I'm like, what? The whole, how is this so important to like a world? Like, I understand they're like, well, no, you have to understand the first battle took place on a rocky terrain. I'm like, well, why is anybody fighting on a plateau riven battlefield? You pick your battlefields for a reason. Anyway, the whole Sanderson just misses me sometimes. Which is to say, everything B did but Wheel of Time. Yeah, again, I'm not even pretending like I understand what was really going on in that, thing. All right. Here come the Sanderson apologists. They're going to start defending him, and I'm just going to just shut up, and I'm just going to go away. Let's go talk about Dungeon Crawler Carl instead. I just don't like modern fantasy. Is really what it comes down to. I have not found a good fantasy book like that I've enjoyed that has been written like in the 2000s or whatever. Like, I just don't even know. I don't even know how to really describe it. Like, I just don't. I think they're just so vapid and boring and horrible, and I just have. Yeah. I haven't liked any of them, to be honest with you. Okay, you're saying it's 1,000% weird, but that is what's in the book. All right, fair enough. Well, they're just all so obsessed with not being Tolkien that it's just totally unappealing to me. And it's like, oh, Derek, you only like Tolkien. Well, no, I liked Wheel of Time. I liked, I liked Ursula K. Le Guin. I even liked, R.A. Salvatore, which is, in Dragonlance, which is very much like, bubblegum YA type fiction, And I've really just been reading nonfiction for like the last, well, if I'm being honest with you, I've really been reading nonfiction for the last 20 years. And the last 5 years, I haven't been reading at all. Like since COVID, which is to say, like since I got COVID back in 2021, I like can't read fiction or nonfiction, like really much at all. It's tough. No, I get it. I mean, I get it. But like the way that they choose to do it is just, it's all subverting expectations, and it's all like, and everybody wants to be Sanderson, right? Sanderson came out and made $1 quadrillion, and so now everyone wants to be Sanderson. But I do like emo music. Well, I mean, do I like when people say that, it's like, oh, do you like every single emo band? No, there's some emo bands I can't stand. I like what I like, and there are a number of bands that happen to be, emo. I could also see that, right? I love Conan. I love Conan the Barbarian. I love it. I have a backlog of like 30 plus Tor books that I have never read. And those are all from like the 70s or like the 80s and the 90s. So I'll just read those first, you know. I know that people have said that the Malazan series is good. I have not given that one a chance. So you know what? I don't like audiobooks. I don't like audiobooks. I don't know why. I don't like audiobooks. I find it very I don't like audiobooks. I think part of the reason is I read fairly quickly, but I have a tendency when I read fiction and nonfiction, like I will reread a section sometimes. I also skip out. Like I will read and scan and then read and scan and read and scan. Like I will literally, like my brain will shortcut over parts of the book that I can tell I'm not really going to care about. Like in 99% of fantasy novels, I skip over all writing that has anything to do with trying to describe a combat. I just find it like watching paint dry. And yeah, rewinding, not quite the same as flipping back. I 100% agree with you. So yeah, so I like to be able to flip back and read something again, or skip. Like the way I read is very weird. Yeah, I don't know. It's very strange. Anyways. All right. Well, we covered it. It came out today. We covered it. Hot fire. I think it looks great. I'm really looking forward to it. I think this will be cool. Kickstarter, I think, launches in like 70 days or 80 days or 90 days. I probably won't be able to afford it. It's great. I think Sword World is coming out too soon, right? I've been getting ads for Sword World for like 2 years. Coming soon. But I do want to do that. I don't know if anything else. I don't any other big, tent poles, But oh yes, Stone Week. Stone Week will never end. It's Stone Year. It's Stone Month. Pico and oh God, what's the name of the Blades in the Dark game that didn't actually get published? That one I'll probably skip. Like Gloomhaven TTRPG to me is just like, just play Gloomhaven. Just go play Gloomhaven. It's fine. It's great. No, what is the name? It's a Forge in the Dark game that didn't come out, and it's not Grimwild. It's the one that Darth Gorlock run and really likes. I backed it. I got screwed out of it, of course. No, not Blades Against Darkness. The one where you're the bad guys. Well, the good news is that CROWS doesn't even kickstart for like another 3 months or something like that. So I don't think it's going to be a Wicked Ones. Thank you. That's it. That was another one that took the money and ran. Oh, man. We're all so stupid. Full stop. We're just all completely idiots. We just keep giving these creators money, most of which don't even need the money. Because they're like the game is already complete, or they're a full ass publishing house. MCDM, how much money do they make a Draw Steel? Why do they need to do a Kickstarter? Just make the game and sell it. Shocking. I feel like I should have gotten my StarCraft miniatures, and now I'm becoming concerned. I'm becoming concerned that like they're not coming, because like I feel like I should have gotten them, but I'm not. Oh, shipping will begin on May 25th. Oh, then how are other people getting it? Oh, you didn't get them yet. You're just getting ready to paint them. Okay, never mind. All right, well, they should be shipping soon then. I should get them soon. Well, I got the full crew, full Terran pack, full Protoss pack, full Zerg pack. I think I even got like an extra pack of like Terran because that's my favorite. Ripoff. There's 3 levels of ripoff. Okay, like there's ripoff 1, which is where the creator doesn't deliver anything. There's ripoff 2, which is where you get like the game maybe, but like all the backer expansion and all the other stuff like doesn't like ever, get made or anything, or like the whole game doesn't get delivered or whatever. And then there's like the 3rd level, which is where the game gets completely finished, but only for digital, and they never get the full delivery of the game. So like Grimwild, as far as I can tell, was fully completed. It just never got printed, right? Shocking. That's one of the more expensive things, right? So people run out of money, and then they realize they don't have money to get it printed, and so they can't print it, and then they just get embarrassed and go hide in the corner. Wicked Ones was more like, I think, like the 2nd one, where enough of a game was made that you could play it, but like all of the stuff that they promised never got delivered. Tier 1 is that's the one that is probably the most common, which is where you just never get anything and the creator just goes into, hiding and you never hear from him again. I did not, that was a moment of self-control. I knew I wasn't going to play it, and I knew I wasn't like over the moon for it. So I did not back Twilight Sword. But I did I did back like an €850 Fabula Ultima version. So, because I got like the collector's edition hardcover for all the old books, and I got all of the, the variant Yoshi arts, or the Amano arts, and I got the bestiary. Now, what I'm interested to see with what happens is, according to Mateo, aka from Need Games, aka Pedro on the Need Games Discord, he told me that he was going to add an extra full collector set to my order, just as a thank you for all the work I've done for the game and the exposure and acknowledgement, and so I could do some sort of really cool, crazy giveaway. So I'm hoping that is still the case. It could be a fun way to like celebrate, like as I complete my first Fabula Ultima campaign, and to be able to give that away. So that would be pretty sweet to do that. Hopefully that happens. I don't remember what even happened with that Neopet one. I don't even know if it got off the ground. I think it got killed before it even. I don't know. Actually, I was never involved with that, and I didn't pretend to know anything about it, so I didn't do that. But, yeah. 40K is like the D&D of like the miniatures hobby. Like, and I know a lot of people with StarCraft are really salty because, they were all super excited about StarCraft, and they were like, oh, this is gonna be great. I'm gonna be able to like peel all these 40K people away from that shitty game and get them to play StarCraft. And then it's almost like Games Workshop knew what they were doing, and then they like at Adepticon they launched a new edition, and now all of a sudden all these people who like sit there and endlessly bitch about 40K are just going to go right back into 40K again, and even though nothing's going to change, and even though the edition's going to, whatever. But, for me personally, like, and I grew up playing Warhammer. Let me be very clear about this. Not 40K. I grew up playing fantasy. But I played 40K plenty. I could literally never play Warhammer 40K. I just could not do it. I just couldn't do it. Like, when you look at how much better the rule set is for a game like StarCraft, I'm not saying it has to be StarCraft. It could be, some of these other games that's just like, but like 40K to me has just such it's like playing Monopoly. It's like playing, Battleship or something instead of playing like a modern board game. It's just crazy how bad it is. And Games Workshop, I think, has such terrible practices for like monetary and all this. No, I like Fabula, but again, that I do have an issue with Fabula Ultima, which is I think it is kind of trying to serve two masters, and I don't know that it's it succeeds at that perfectly. So, anyways, very cool first look. I'm excited about CROWS. I think it's going to be cool. I'm excited about it. I might try to run this alpha at my own convention in 3 weeks. See if I can get a little group together. Yeah, I think you would need a character sheet, but I guess not. Maybe not. Maybe they'll be like, oops, sorry, we forgot to include a character sheet. That would be very helpful. But anyways, yeah, should be cool. Should be fun. Should be exciting. I look forward to messing around with it. And of course, keeping apprised of what happens as we go through this alpha test. And yes, Wes, we have our first One Ring session this Sunday, which will be really, 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 really cool. So I'm looking forward to that as well. And it should be a lot of fun. I played other miniatures games before I played 40K the first time. I was fully aware that it sucked the whole time I played it. Yeah, it's just, it's not that it's bad. It's just there's other games that are better, and time is precious. I think that's what really comes down to. Juice and squeeze and all that stuff. All right, everybody. That's going to do it for me tonight. Again, if you want to support us, there's a couple different ways to do that. One of the ways you do it is to support us for free on twitch.tv/NightsLastCall. If you have Amazon Prime, you get one of these a month. You can do it over there for free. On the other hand, if you want to give me cold, hard American currency, you might consider joining our Patreon. There's a link in the doobly-doo down below, patreon.com/NightsLastCall. You get to be a part of our community. You get to play games with us. You get to hang out with us. You get to shoot shit with us. And All Mice said, I played a full session of Dolmenwood since you started talking. For example, we talked about Dolmenwood, and there was at least one person that was trying to run a game of Dolmenwood, which is really awesome. And based on the donations, CROWS beats Draw Steel. That makes total sense to me, since Fiasco beat Draw Steel. So if Fiasco can beat Draw Steel, I think CROWS can beat Draw Steel. So that's going to do it for me. I'll catch you next time on Knights of Last Call, probably with more Stone Top.